The 27th regular meeting of the Medford City Council will now come to order. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Present.
Vice President Caraviello. Present. Council Knight.
Present.
Council Marks.
Present.
Council Morell.
Present.
Council Scarpelli.
Present.
President Falco.
Present. All 7 members are present. At this time, I'd ask everyone to please rise to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Vice President Caraviello.
Read your speech first.
Oh, yes. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law, Chapter 38, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Medford City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the City of Medford website at www.medfordma.org. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or watch the meeting may do so by accessing the meeting link contained herein. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the City of Medford or Medford Community Media website an audio or video recording transcript or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. To participate remotely outside of Zoom, please email the clerk, Adam Hurtubise, at HURTUBISE@medfordma.gov. That's medford-ma.gov. At this point, I'll recognize Vice President Councilor Caraviello.
Mr. President, motions for suspension to take some papers out of order, 20561, 20562, 20564, 20565, 20447, and 20544.
On the motion of Vice President Caraviello to suspend the rules, seconded by Councilor Knight. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviello.
Yes.
Thank you. Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
I think I heard a yes from Council Marks. Council Morell.
Yes.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The rules are suspended. 20-561, petition for a common victualer's license by Robert Miller, 49 Pool Street, Medford, Massachusetts, 02155 for American Legion Post 45, 321 Winthrop Street, Medford, Massachusetts, 02155. On file is the business certificate number 163, Building Department, Fire Department, Police Traffic Impact, Health Department, Letter of Compliance, State Tax ID, Workman's Compensation, Petition, and Treasurer. At this point, I recognize the Chairperson on Licensing, Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that Mr. Miller has all of their paperwork in order. I will move forward after maybe a brief, just a summarization from our petitioner and any questions from our counselors.
Okay, Clerk Hurtubise, do we have Robert Miller on the call?
I believe we have Richard Martin on the call, who works with, and Richard Martin is the commander of the post.
Okay,
And
let's
I'm
see.
trying to unmute him now.
I'm trying to mute him as well, so I'll let you do that. Okay, Commander Martin, name and address for the record, please.
Pardon?
Name and address for the record, please. We just need your name and address.
My name is Richard Martin. I live at 28 Laurel Avenue in Medford, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
So if you could just give us a brief overview, Mr. Martin, so we can, we see all your paperwork is in order, but you want to just give a few sentences of what this is, to explain to the rest of the council what we're doing?
Yes, as you know, Post 45 has been there since 1919, and it's a community-based veterans organization. And what we want to do now, in keeping with the times, is be able to serve a minimal amount of food to our members. And we've worked very hard to bring the place up to compliance. It has passed, and we feel that this will help the morale of some of our veterans. Most of them, the average age now is about 70 years old. They don't get out very much, and we do bring them in. And we want to make it comfortable for them, and so they can enjoy themselves and have a hot dog or something of that nature.
That's great. So, thank you, Mr. Martin. I've frequented the American Legion Post. We appreciate everything you've done for our country and all the members, and I see that you've done everything that's required through our licensing department, so I move forward for approval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. On the motion of Councilor Scarpelli, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. This is a very important paper to the membership of American Legion Post 45. And in full disclosure, I've been a SAL in the past, a son of the American Legion member there. And what this paper does is it allows them to operate underneath the governor's guidelines. The Post has been shut down now since about St. Patrick's Day. And they haven't had the ability to generate any income whatsoever. And that, coupled with the fact that this veterans organization does provide great support services for young and old veterans here in the community of Medford and beyond, that coupled with the fact that the American Legion Post 45 and its membership are always the first ones to step up when the city of Medford needs something, Mr. President. If you look back to Election Day on September 1st, when the Lawrence Memorial Hospital was unable to host us for our election proceedings, the first people to step up to the plate were Richard Martin, Bobby Miller, and American Legion Post 45. And when we celebrate our Memorial Day ceremonies, Mr. President, and we all go down to Oak Grove Cemetery, and we sit there and we listen to the beautiful presentations put on by our veterans organizations, and as we sit there, we see those flags all across the cemetery. American Legion Post 45 is the group that coordinates the placing of those flags on our veterans' grave markers. So it's very important, Mr. President, that we recognize the work and the partnership that the American Legion has provided the citizens and the residents in the city of Medford. And I think it's very important for us to adopt and embrace this opportunity for them to get a common victualer's license so that they have the opportunity to reopen and generate some revenues, and also allow the membership the opportunity to come back in and to continue their mutual support relationship that they have. When we look at the agenda later on this evening, we have a paper talking about substance abuse and addiction recovery services and the ability to have meetings. And, veterans organizations, although they don't necessarily hold meetings per se, are a great spot for veterans to congregate, to get together, and to talk about their shared mutual experiences and how to go through some of the struggles that they're having. So with that being said, Mr. President, this is a paper that I support wholeheartedly, and I'd ask my council colleagues to also join me in supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to reiterate my support for Post 45. They've been longstanding members of this community, very active and involved in this community, and good neighbors for many, many years. And I stand here tonight, Mr. President, to support them as they've supported members of this community for the last several decades, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Anybody else? Okay. So on the motion of Councilor Scarpelli, Chairperson Licensing, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo, Clerk Kirby, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Counselor Scarpelli? Yes. President Falco?
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Thank you, Commander Martin. Okay, we have, let's see, 20-562, that was the next one, right? Vice
Yes.
President? Okay. 20-562, petition to reverse sign denial by Heather Dudko for XSS Hotel, Fairfield Marriott at 85 Station Landing, Medford, Massachusetts. OCD application 2-A exceeds allowable number of signs. Do we have Heather Dudko with us, Clerk Hurtubise?
I'm looking, Mr. President. Believe we do, but
I
I'm
do
looking.
see, I see her, right, she's right here. Oop. Heather, I'm trying to unmute you, so, there we go, Heather. If we could just have your name and address for the record. Heather, we just need your name and address for the record, please. Oop. You're on. Actually, no, we can't hear you. 1 minute.
Mr. President, I can hear Heather, so it might be the same technical issue we were having a minute ago.
Okay. Heather, can you try again? Okay, apologize, we're having some technical difficulties, so we'll just need a minute.
Clerk can converse with us?
Clerk Hurtubise?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Let's just,
Try again. She muted.
no, she's not muted.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I can hear Heather, but apparently you can't.
you cannot. Let me just see, Jackie Peaks, can you, hi.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm having feedback here.
No, there was no question, we just wanted to know if we could hear you, so, we're just testing.
Sorry, thank you, I just didn't.
Thanks.
Mr. President, be so bold to suggest that she call back and we move on to the next item, and then we can take her back, which is,
Okay, why don't we try that? Heather, if we could try, if you wouldn't mind, and I apologize for the inconvenience, could you just try hanging up and coming back into the call? Okay, thank you.
motion to table, Mr. President.
Okay, on the motion of Councilor Marks to table, seconded by
Second.
Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk, please call the roll.
Counsel Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Counsel Knight. Yes. Counsel Marks.
Yes.
Counsel Morel.
Yes.
Counsel Scarpelli. Yes. President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion is tabled. Okay, we have, so Heather's up there for 2, okay, so we have Neil Paris. Is Neil Paris with us, Clerk Hurtubise?
Looking, Mr. President. Yes.
Okay. 20-564, petition to reverse sign denial by Neil Paris for Lives Juice Bar, 56 Station Landing, Bedford, Massachusetts. OCD application 3 exceeds maximum projection. Okay, so Neil Paris. Clerk, do you see him?
He's on and he's unmuted, Mr. President.
Okay,
Good evening, can you hear me?
yes, name and address for the record, please.
Neil Paris, 2 Foley Farm Road, Wilmington, Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you. And, let's see, your sign was denied, if I'm correct?
Yes, I believe it's 2 inches past regulation, and my designer had done that pretty much to stay with the other signs that are within Station Landing. I guess they had all ended up petitioning for the same type of variance, and so it's kind of keeping with the same look. We had applied for 32 inches depth compared to 30 inches.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council?
Mr. President,
Vice President Caraviallo?
thank you, Mr. President. It looks like they're only a few inches over the desert of the allowed signage, so I don't see a problem with that. I motion for approval.
Okay, the motion of Vice President Caraviallo, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Beers. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, at the end of our packet, there's a letter by Mr. Paris, and I think it's a very good explanation of what's going on. Dear members of the City Council, regarding our sign request for Liv's Juice and Acai Bar located at 56 Stations Landing, my understanding is that we're allowed 2 feet of projection. Since our 24-inch sign is circular, the total square footage is 3.16 square feet as opposed to the total 4-square-foot sign that's allowed by the ordinance. The mounting of the sign is flush to the building and would look very funny, and as a result, we're asking for 4 additional inches of projection for the standoffs to make it fit within the neighborhood and uphold the great look there. Mr. President, I personally find a circular sign more aesthetically pleasing than a big square or rectangular sign sticking off the side of a building. I think Mr. Paris has given us a great explanation, and although it doesn't present a significant hardship, it certainly does present some curb appeal issues that this council has discussed in the past, and I support this paper wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Scarpelli.
If you can, is this line, I'm not seeing if it's illuminated.
Mr. Paris?
Yeah, it is internally lit. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paris. Any other questions from the council? Okay, on the motion of Vice President Caraviallo, seconded by, Clerk, who did you have in the second?
It was Councilor Morel.
It was Councilor Morel, okay, I'm sorry. Councilor,
I thought Councilor Bears had the second, but
We said it at the same time.
okay, so
Okay.
Councilor Morel. Let's see, we have Councilor Marks.
Councilor Morel.
Mr. President, does the owner of the property have plans to turn the sign off after hours?
Mr. Paris, can you comment on that?
I'm sorry, did you say the owner of the building? I believe ours is set, but we have that, we can program however need be. So whether it's for during business hours or from dusk, till dawn, whatever we need to, we can program it.
I would state, Mr. President, to be consistent, and I've voted like this in the past, that the sign be turned off when the business is not in operation.
Okay, are you adding that as an amendment to the,
I would like to hear what my other council colleagues would like to say on that, and I would have that as an amendment, Mr. President.
okay, so that is an amendment by Councilor Marks? And we'll get some, would any of the councilors like to comment on that? Councilor Beers?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm fine with that, as long as it's within the control of the business, as long as the property owner isn't the one who controls the light switch. And we were just having a little bit of feedback. I think there were too many mics turned on, so that's directed to you, Mr. President. I think we're fine now. It looks like they're off, but
Yeah, we're fine.
great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Knight?
I know our ordinance speaks to the signs not being illuminated after 10 p.m. Anyhow, what are the hours of the gentleman's operations?
Mr. Paris?
So we actually, 2 sets of hours, our fall hours just went into effect where we're actually closing at 4 p.m. But our summer hours, we close at 6 p.m. But I can tell you that, just walking up and down Station Landing, at night, I believe that a lot of the businesses, blade signs are actually illuminated at night just because it kind of helps with the sidewalk illumination and the look of the street. But I do believe they all turn off, probably around 10 o'clock, like you mentioned.
So I would ask with consistency, Mr. President, that the light be turned off. If the ordinance is 10, that's fine.
Or whatever the practice is at Stations Landing. I mean, I'm not opposed to the measure at all, Counselor. I don't want to to come across.
I just want to be consistent, because I know when Station Landing came aboard, we spent a lot of time working on the signage, to make sure that it was aesthetically pleasing, because there are a number of residents that live in Station Landing.
Correct.
And we have to be mindful of that as well.
So is the amendment, I just want to be clear, so is the amendment that the sign gets turned off when the rest of the signs at Stations Landing get turned off?
I would say that it conforms with the existing sign ordinance, which I believe Council Knight is correct, that 10 a.m. the sign be turned off.
PM.
10 p.m., 10 p.m.
Thank you. Clerk Arnaby, do you have the amendment?
Working on it, Mr. President.
Okay.
So the amendment is to shut off the lights in accordance with the existing ordinance and shut the lights off at 10 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Arnaby. Thank you, Councilor Marks. Councilor Knight, did you have a comment, or you're all set?
I thank Councilor Marks for raising the issue.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, my question was answered. I think that being consistent with the other signs, I think I would agree with my fellow councils. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, on the motion of Vice President Caraviallo, seconded by Councilor Morell, as amended by Councilor Marks. Clerk Arnaby, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo. Yes. Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Let's see, let's check with Heather Dudko, see if we can,
Mr. President,
yes.
Ms. Dudko had a call at 7:30. She will be back on the Zoom meeting at 7:45.
All right, no worries, perfect. So we'll go to 20-565. Petition to reverse sign denial by Best Price Signs and Printing for Prestige Car Wash, 277 Middlesex Ave, Medford, Massachusetts, OCD. Application 6 exceeds allowable area of secondary signage. Do we have anyone on the call from Best Practice Signs? We do, right here. Gilmar, if we could please have your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Gilmar Silva. I'm at 1034 North Montelli Street in Brockton, Mass.
Okay,
I'm from the sign company.
from the sign company, okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your sign?
Yes, technically, he has the windows. He wanna put a awning in the top of the windows just to make the place look beautiful, look a little bit better. It's just don't have any lights. Wanna only put the logo of the company and the name is Free Vacuum. That's all. And each awning, no lights. It's just canvas and aluminum. That's all. That's gonna be between each vacuum. I don't know if you guys have the photo. I do have over here with me.
Yes, we do have a photo in a package here. Yes, we have a question from, we have Councilor Knight.
Yes, Mr. President, again, at the end of this application, there's also a letter dated March 3rd, 2020, from Mr. De Silva. At the time, I guess March 3rd is when he requested his appeal. And it reads, "The purpose of these proposed awnings is to provide protection from the environment, enhance the appeal of the car wash, and instruct customers of free vacuum services in an attractive way. Despite the weather conditions, customers will be comfortable vacuuming their vehicles under the shade and shelter of the awning, and the awnings are not only to benefit the customer's comfort, but also create a more attractive facade. Finally, the awnings instruct the customers where the free vacuums are located and create a clear space to park." So, Mr. President, it seems like they're seeking 13 awnings, one over each vacuum, that look like to be canvas awnings that aren't internally illuminated, but I do believe that they would have certain public safety benefit instructing patrons where the free vacuums are in a location like that. I believe this is the old Randy's Car Wash on Middlesex Ave, if I'm not mistaken. you know, they've always done a pretty good job over there at Randy's, and I don't think that the new operator would be any less successful, and I can certainly support a reversal on the sign denial, but is 13 really the number that we want to approve, I guess is the question.
We have a few other comments, we'll hear from some other councilors. Councilor Knight, thank you. Let's see, we have Councilor Scarpelli, then Councilor Marks. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, President Falco. I know my concern also falls with the number of signs. I mean, to have one sign that says free vacuums, I think we can all see, we all know the location, we all see the vacuums, but to have 13 signs, I'm just a little nervous of what would be added after that on those awnings, or what's hung on those awnings and the like. So I'd like to hear what my fellow councils have to say, but I just think this might be a little excessive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. We have Councilor Marks, and then we have Councilor Bears, and then Councilor Cariello. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I happen to frequent this car wash where I live right up the street, and let me tell you, there's no mistaking that there's free vacuum at that particular car wash. There is banners on the fence, there are signs everywhere saying free car wash. You can't help but drive by, I mean a free vacuum, and notice that there's free vacuuming there. I would also state that these particular awnings, according to the letter we received that Councilor Knight just read, state that the awnings come off the building 2 feet. So to state that this would be comfortable vacuuming their vehicles under the shade and shelter of the awning, I don't know how you create shade and shelter of a 2-foot awning coming off the side of the building, because the vacuum is in front of the car, which is a pretty big piece of equipment. There's no way that provides shelter for anyone that's vacuuming, Mr. President. You know, I think the awnings may be a nice addition to the building without signage. So if the gentleman wanted to put, 12 awnings and maybe 1 or 2 free vacuum, or maybe even 3, depending on the wish of the council, I would be amendable to that, because I think the building could use, it's just a, squared off building, aesthetically speaking, it's not that pleasing. Maybe these awnings will make it look more pleasing, but to have it on each awning, Mr. President, is overkill. And it doesn't serve the purpose of shade or shelter. And so I would put in the form of a motion, Mr. President, that out of the request for 13 canvas awnings, that we allow 13 awnings, but only 3 with signage that states free vacuum.
Second.
I would second that motion, Mr. President, and it's offered in the form of I guess it would be a restriction, correct, Counselor?
Right.
So seconded by, was that Councilor Knight?
Excuse me.
So, 1 minute, please. So we have a motion by Councilor Marks, seconded by Councilor Knight, to allow the 13 awnings, but only 3 with signage. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Clerk Hurtubise, you had that?
Yes, the owner is completely agree. I don't know if the car wash is completely agree with this one. I spoke to him about that one, put the awning out of any name, just the black awning, and he was okay with that. If you want to put, if you allow to put the name free vacuum 3 awnings, it'll be fantastic.
So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yes, Councilor Marks.
Also, if I could, and I realize the banners are probably up temporary because it doesn't really, other than the banners, there's nothing else that says free vacuum. I would hope as soon as the awnings go up that those temporary banners come off that are on the fence and around the property, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Marks. So we have a number of other councilors that want to speak on this. We have, let's see, I have up next Councilor Bears. Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Marks and the petitioner answered my question, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Morel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, similarly, I thank Councilor Marks for bringing forward that language because I wholeheartedly agree and support it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Morel. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same thing, I'll support the signs, and to make sure that those banners come down after the awnings are up, because, and again, I think 3 is more than enough to have free vacuums on it, so.
Okay.
I support Councilor Marks' motion also.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. Okay,
Move the question.
on the motion of Councilor
President?
Yes, Clerk Hurtubise.
Can I interrupt for a second? I'm unclear. I got Councilor Marx's original motion that to approve the 13 awnings, but only allow 3 with the signage. But does the motion also include that the temporary banners come down when the awnings go up, or is that just a request?
Mr. President, if I could.
Yes, let's see. Councilor Marks. You're on.
This may be a question for the building commissioner in his office, but I believe any banners in the city, Mr. President, have to be permitted and approved for businesses. And I believe it's on a temporary basis. I'm not sure if these banners are approved or if, I don't know. But I would ask as part of this paper that they be taken down as soon as the awnings go up.
It's more of a request.
Right, I'm not sure if he has current approval. Maybe the owner of the property can state whether or not he got approval for the banners.
Yes,
I'm
please.
the one do all the sign for him. And I'm responsible for all the signs, all the banners for all the Prestige Car Wash. I do all the advertise for him. And I'm gonna make sure all the banners come out soon I install the awnings. I make the installation and take all the banners out.
Okay, that's good. That's good, Mr. President.
I'm gonna take all the banners out. Soon I put up the awnings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Silva.
Thank you.
Councilor Marks, you're all set?
Yeah, so we can leave that language in. He's committing to the language anyway, so we can leave that language in that the banners come down as soon as the signage goes up.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Okay, on the motion of Councilor Marks, seconded by Councilor Knight. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. So let's see if we can,
Motion to take 2562 off the table.
Heather?
Yes, I'm
All
here.
right, perfect, okay, just give us 1
Oh,
minute.
good, you can hear me, good.
Yes, we just need 1 minute. So on the motion of Councilor Beers to take 20-562 from the table, seconded by Councilor Knight. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The paper has been taken from the table. 20-562, petition to reverse sign denial by Heather Dudko for XSS Hotels, Fairfield Marriott, 85 Station Landing, Medford, Massachusetts, OCD application 2A exceeds allowable number of signs. Heather, if we could please have your name and address for the record.
Sure, good evening, my name is Heather Dudko, 27 Old Meeting House Road in Auburn, Mass.
Thank you for joining us. If you could just tell us a little bit about your sign.
Sure, this is a hotel being built, and we requested to have signage on all 4 elevations. And 2 of the elevations were approved. The east elevation and the south elevation were approved by right, and we're asking the council to allow signage on the north and west elevations. You'll see that the next petition is also for this hotel. So the hotel would like to have signage on each elevation. Each one of the elevation either faces a parking lot or a street, so they do feel that it would be beneficial to the hotel to have identification on all elevations. The signs are internally illuminated channel letters, and the size proposed on the north elevation is 150 square foot, on the west is 96 square foot, and that's comparable with the signage on the other two elevations that were approved by right.
Okay. Thank you. We have a number of questions. Let's see, Vice President Caraviallo.
President, if we could combine papers 562 and 563 together, because they're like almost identical papers.
So on the motion of Vice President Caraviallo to combine papers 20-562 and 20563, 20563 is petition to reverse sign denial by Heather Dudko for XS Hotels, Fairfield Marriott, 85 Station Landing, Medford, Massachusetts. OCD application 2D exceeds allowable number of signs. On the motion of Vice President Caraviallo to merge those motions, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight. Yes. Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The papers have been merged. Vice President Caraviallo. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, these signs seem to be consistent with the other signs in the area at the other hotel. Heather, am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Again, the hotel should be seen from all areas, so I would motion for approval, Mr. President.
Okay, on the motion of Vice President Caraviallo. Seconded by Councilor Morel. So we have Councilor Marks, then Councilor Knight. Councilor Marks.
Mr. President, does the petitioner have any plans for a freestanding sign as well?
I do not believe so at this point.
I'll accept that answer, Mr. President, and if they do come back, I may not be supportive of an additional freestanding sign. So as long as the
Okay.
petitioner knows that.
Okay, thank you.
I will make note of that and relay that back to the hotel.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Marks. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. It says that these signs would be internally illuminated. Does any of these internally illuminated signs face a residential structure?
Not that no.
Right, because you got the old Margaritas on one side, the other hotel, right, so they're not facing any of because they're pretty big, they're 150 square feet. All right, sounds good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Okay, any other questions, comments from the council? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Okay, let's see, so on the motion of... Okay, 1 minute, please.
If you're facing it, the building to the left.
Yeah,
Is that so the north side of the building, is that what you're saying?
I think it's the south elevation.
So north would be like the...
Well, I mean, I think it's the one that was approved by right faces the building that Margaritas used to be in.
There seems to be some concern whether or not, I think, is it maybe the north side of the building faces a residential building, if I'm correct. We're going to take a look right now. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
there is an Eben Torme on the call who said he can address this question. He's going to...
Okay, let's, can you unmute him, please, Clerk Hurtubise?
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, to address your question, the north elevation of the building, and just to state my name, Evan Tormey, 108 Jones Avenue, Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I work for the developer of the hotel. I also represented the developer on the AC Hotel next door, which does have a sign facing north, currently more at the elevation of the residential building at 75 Station Landing. This new building will block that sign that is illuminated on 95 Station Landing, the AC Hotel, from being visible to the residents of 75 Station Landing. And this new sign is on the 9th floor of this building. The building next door, I believe, is only 6 stories at 75 Station Landing, so it'll be well above. It's more intended to be visible for people traveling south on the Fellsway.
It does face the building. Maybe 3 stories low, it does face the building. And that's your call, right?
Does anyone care to comment? Any councils, any concerns? Sorry?
Mr. President, in the past, if I may.
Oh, yes. Council, 1 minute, Council Knight. Council Knight. it's
In the
on.
past, Mr. President, when a circumstance like this has arose, what we've done is put a 30, 60, or 90-day review on it. I don't know if that's something we want to do in this situation or circumstances. I haven't gotten any complaints from anybody regarding the sign at 75 Stations Landing to date, so I don't find it to be a big issue. However, if it does become an issue because of the action of this council, I think that we should absolutely have the ability to give it a review to make sure that we're not disrupting anybody's quality of life that resides in the community, while at the same time still supporting the application of, the Fairfield Marriott hotels. We all understand the benefits that having an additional hotel in our community is going to bring to us financially, and, historically, they've been a good partner. Our other 2 hotels have been great partners here in the city of Medford, so I don't want to, I don't want to claim nefarious intent, but at the same time, I think it's important that we protect the residents, so I would offer a 30 and 60-day review on the paper and move for approval.
Okay.
For the sign only facing
north.
75 Stations Landing.
So, Clerk Hurtubise, I'm not sure if you got that amendment by Council Knight for...
Well, the resident, I'm sorry, I don't know if 75 is the address, but the residential, the north-facing sign abutting the residential property.
Do you have that, Clerk Hurtubise?
Working on it, Mr. President.
Council Marks, 1 minute, please. We have actually Council Beers, and then we can...
All right, let me read this back.
Yes.
Councilor Knight is offering an amendment requesting a 30 and a 60-day review for the north-facing sign that is abutting the residential property.
Correct.
Okay. So that is an amendment by Council Knight. We have Council Beers and Council Marks. Council Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner, will these illuminated signs be shut off at 10 p.m.?
Ms. Dudko?
Perhaps Evan could address that?
Let's see. Evan, are you still on the call?
He's still on.
Yes, I'm here, sorry. I was muted. The hotel operates 24 hours a day. We have guests arriving at all hours. The AC Hotel next door, which we own and operate, was therefore permitted to have the signs illuminated 24 hours a day or from dusk till dawn, so for the safety of our guests. I'm not aware of any complaints regarding the illumination of that signage, and we do, as mentioned, have signs on that building facing the residential structures. These are not glaring signs. They are illuminated, but there's no glare coming from them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Marks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Are they able to control the lumens on the signage itself?
Eben, you able to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm not aware of an ability to control the lumens. There's not a dimmer on the signs. They are fairly unobtrusive. I think it's going to be a similar sign output to what we already have on the AC Hotel.
Right, so-
And while it's illuminated, it's not something that causes any discomfort to the eyes or irritates neighboring residents that I'm aware of. We've not received any complaints through the city or from any neighbors.
Right, right. So we're all on the same page. If we put a 30 or 60-day review, and after 30 or 60 days, this council sees fit that we received a certain number of complaints, I'm sure the hotel wouldn't want to remove, $50,000, $60,000 sign based on that. So I would ask that, as part of this, Mr. President, that they put up a sign that they can control the lumens, and that way, if there is a concern, we may be able to go back to the owner of the property and state that the brightness is bothering people, or whatever it might be, and have some flexibility. And that's the only reason why I bring it up, Mr. President, because once the sign goes up, and if we do vote at a later date to take it down, that would be of great hardship, I'm sure, to the petitioner, and I wouldn't want to put them in that position. So maybe if they can look at a sign that they can control the lumens, we'll be able to address any issues, because that would be my issue, the brightness of the sign. I understand the petitioner saying they're not that bright, but if they're able to get a sign where they can control that one in particular, not all of them, that one in particular, I think would be helpful for not only them, but for us as a council.
We can certainly speak to the sign manufacturer and add dimming to that sign, knowing that this is a concern of the council and potentially of neighbors. It's something that we don't typically do, but I'm sure that we can make that accommodation so that we don't have to, turn off the sign permanently. We'd rather be able to dim it to a level that was acceptable to the neighbors.
So I'd ask that be part of the recommendation, Mr. President,
So will I add that as an amendment as well?
an amendment that the sign contain a dimming aspect on the north, facing the north side. So I'd ask Council Knight if he to amend his motion.
Thank you. So do you have that amendment as well, Clerk Hurtubise?
I do, yes.
Thank you, Council Marks, thank you very much. Council Knight?
So, Mr. President, just to be clear, this application before us is just for the permit to reverse the sign denial, and any type of relief sought by the applicant relative to hours of operation outside of the ordinance and its 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. requirements would have to be sought under a different cover. That's not going to be covered under the aspect of the vote that we're taking this evening.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay. Okay, I don't see anybody's hand raised. I think we're good here. So on the motion of Vice President Caraviallo, seconded by Councilor Morell, as amended by Councilor Knight and Councilor Marks. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morell.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank
You too, thanks.
Thanks. So I believe,
Is it 544?
let's see, Vice President Caraviallo was the next one, the grant the locations?
20447. Petition for grant of location is 20544. Petition for grant of locations.
Yes, okay. Okay, this is notice of a public hearing. 20-447, petition for grant of location, National Grid, gas main locations, Medford, Massachusetts, City Clerk's Office. You are hereby notified that by order of the Medford City Council, the Medford City Council will hold a public hearing via Zoom on September 22nd, 2020, a link to be posted no later than Friday, September 18th, 2020, on a petition of the Boston Gas Company, DBA National Grid, for permission to locate gas mains as hereinafter described for the transmission of gas in under the following public streets, lanes, highways, and places of the city of Medford, and of the pipes, valves, governors, manholes, and other structures, fixtures, and appurtenances designed or intended
Motion to waive
to...
the remainder of the reading, Mr. President, and have the petitioner give us a brief synopsis of the petition.
On the motion of Councilor Marks to waive the remainder of the reading, seconded by Councilor Knight, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion, the reading has been waived. Do we have the National Grid representative on with us, Clerk Harderbys?
I'm looking, I believe Diana Cuddy is on. Yes, she is.
Okay, can you please unmute her?
I'm trying.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you almost had it. Ms.
Hi,
Cuddy?
good evening, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
Yes, could we please have your name and address for the record, and then if you could please give us a brief synopsis of the project.
My name's Diana Cuddy. I live at 21 Judy's Lane, Mansfield, Mass. I'm here representing Boston Gas, doing business as National Grid, requesting permission to install approximately 650 feet of a new 4-inch plastic gas main extension, a small piece of it starting on William Street, going into Somerville, which is most of the length of the main extension, and then going up Medford Street to service a new construction at 87 Medford Street.
Thank you. So let's see. So, and if I may, I'm going to just read that this was approved by the chief engineer with the following conditions. The engineering division recommends that the grant of location be approved with the following conditions. Number one, the grant of location is limited to the approximately 60 feet of gas main in one service located in Medford that is part of the larger project described in the GOL documents as follows. To install and maintain approximately 650 feet of a new 4-inch plastic main extension from the existing 4-inch plastic main in William Street going onto Broadway and to the service location in Medford Street. Number two, before starting work, the contractor shall notify DigSafe. It shall obtain all applicable permits from the engineering division. The project must obtain a street opening permit pursuant to section 74-141 of the city ordinances prior to commencing work. Medford Street was rebuilt within the last 5 years and is restricted from receiving a SOP without direct approval from the Commissioner of Public Works. At a minimum, the SOP application must include a street restoration plan for review and approval. At a minimum, the street restoration plan must include curb-to-curb paving. The SOP application must also include a traffic management plan. Number three, no other utility structures, conduits, duct banks, pipes, or any other appurtenances are adversely impacted. National Grid shall ensure that all sewer, water, and drain lines are marked prior to any excavation. Any disturbed concrete sidewalk panels shall be replaced in kind. Asphalt must be replaced with asphalt. There are multiple broken concrete panels clustered at the vicinity of the point of entry for the gas service. This cluster should be replaced as part of the project. Number four, the sidewalk and street restoration shall be done in consultation with the engineering division and per the requirements of the approved street opening permit. Number five, pavement markings including the hatch pattern must be restored. Number six, the project site must be swept daily and shall be kept free of debris for the duration of the installation. And those are the, basically that was approved, and those were the conditions that were put forth by our city engineer. So at this point, I would declare the public hearing open and open to those in favor of the project. Ms. Cuddy, if you could just please give your name and address for the record again. I believe you are in favor, correct?
Yes, Diana Cuddy, 21 Judy's Lane, Mansfield, Massachusetts.
Thank you. Would anyone else at this point in time like to speak in favor of the project? Okay, I don't see anyone that wants to speak in favor. Okay. So seeing and hearing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. Anyone in opposition of the petition? Is there anyone in opposition of the petition that would like to speak? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. At this point in time, are there any questions from the council?
Motion for approval, Mr. President.
Oh, we have, on the motion of Councilor Marks to approve, seconded by...
Second.
Councilor Pierce. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, through you, I was wondering if the petitioner could tell me on what side of the retaining wall on Broadway is this trench going to be dug? Is it going to be on the northern side of the retaining wall or on the southern side? If you're familiar with the area and you're driving up from Winter Hill and Somerville towards, along Broadway, you'll come to the intersection of Medford Street. There at that intersection, by way of history, is Paul Revere Park, which is the smallest park in the United States of America. But I digress, Mr. President. As you go past Paul Revere Park, Broadway splits in two, and you can go up Broadway and travel along the Medford border. Some of that is Medford, or you can stay on Broadway proper and go straight. So I was wondering exactly where this trench was going to be dug, because there is a Broadway in Medford, and it's the roadway that runs that runs parallel to Broadway and Somerville, right where that split is, where it goes up and over the ridge and comes back down and brings you out where the old Salvation Army used to be, right at Winter Hill. So I was wondering if the applicant could tell us where the trench is actually going to be dug. Is it going to be dug on Broadway proper, or is it going to be dug on that one-way access road?
So included in the application was a plan. The existing gas main will tie into the proposed gas main will tie into the existing one on William Street, which is closest to, I'm going to say, the northeast side of the street. And then it will travel along Broadway on the northern side, on the Medford, closer to the Medford side.
So
And then
do we
turn
know
in-
which side of that retaining wall it's going to be on, I guess is the question.
I don't know, there's a retaining wall. I don't see that on the plan.
Nor do I. So if you're looking at Medford Street at the intersection, you see that little park,
I do.
right? If you go past the little park, there's a line with a little square. And that line with the little square is I think that's a street that comes right through there. So I just don't know what side of the wall that proposed gas main's going to be on. Is it going to be on the wall, on Broadway proper, or is it going to be on the access road?
It can go on either one, whatever,
I would much rather prefer it to be on Somerville than in Medford, personally.
because we try to avoid retaining walls, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Something like this, I didn't see the city engineer make a note of this in his conditions, so I'm wondering if maybe this is something we could look into a little bit and have on the permit.
I mean, my colleagues are following me with what I'm talking about, right? You guys know what I'm saying?
I think it's on the other side of the intersection. I might be wrong, too.
Dexter Street is Big Bundle.
We just need a minute, we're taking a look at the diagrams.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. That's Main Street, the little park, not Medford Street.
I don't see it, I'm looking on
It's
Google.
the Main Street and Medford Street split. The Main Street goes further to the, I guess it would be east, and Medford Street goes up past Huss Park. So I was confused. Because Dexter Street threw me off, because Dexter runs through Main to Medford.
Yep.
So this is further down. Creative Signs is on the corner here of Dexter and,
You are correct.
Yeah, I think
and
this
then,
is
so this would be, there is no retaining wall, so this is all going in front of,
Trump
the
Field.
pizza place, Dark Horse Tavern, the Chinese food
Exactly.
restaurant, and coming around the corner. Okay, yep, I second the motion to approve.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Knight. Were there any other questions regarding this? If I may, Ms. Cuddy, on the engineer mentions in his in his notes that, it says, that- let's see, there are multiple broken concrete panels clustered at the vicinity of the point of entry for the gas service. This cluster should be replaced as part of this project. Are those going to be replaced with concrete?
Yes, they will be.
They will be? Okay. Yes, Counselor Knight.
This is a service call. I know that there's some discussion in here about an SOP. So SOP means that the applicant would provide the city with the funds to, and then go and perform, no, that's a street opening permit. That's a different program. I guess the question is the 60 feet of roadway that's being torn up in Medford going to be replaced curb to curb? Where this is, creation of new service, we're tearing up a couple of roadways 60 feet. Are we going to be able to get curb to curb restoration?
Yes,
Is it?
that is, curb to curb is, it's part of the, let me just make sure, but I believe it is part of the engineer's recommendations.
His recommendation is for Medford Street, which apparently is a guaranteed street at this moment.
Yeah.
Williams is not, but yeah, these things, they will make part of the, typically when we file a street opening permit, the city engineer will make these conditions of the permit, so they're,
Correct. It's part of point number 2. At a minimum, the street restoration plan must include curb-to-curb paving. The SOP application must also include a traffic management plan.
right.
It's at the top of page 27.
Yes, I see it there. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
You good, Counsel Knight?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. On the motion of Counsel Marks, second, actually, no, wait a minute. Yes, on the motion of Counsel Marks, seconded by Counsel Bears. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Counsel Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Counsel Knight.
Yes.
Counsel Marks.
Yes.
Counsel Morel.
Yes.
Counsel Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Let's see, 2-0. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cuddy, have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Let's see, notice of a public hearing, legal notice, Okay, I'm just gonna read the top piece and then we'll get the legal, let's see, notice of public hearing, legal notice 20-544, petition for grant of location, Comcast Cable Communications Management LLC, Medford, Massachusetts City Clerk's Office. On the motion of Counsel Knight to waive the reading for a brief synopsis, and that is seconded by
Second.
Vice President Caraviallo. First of all, I'd like to declare that this public hearing is open, and let's see, on the motion of Counsel Knight, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo to waive the reading, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Counsel Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Counsel Knight.
Yes.
Counsel Marks.
Yes.
Counsel Morel.
Yes.
Counsel Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the readings have been, the reading has been waived. Let's see, we have a representative on the line, I believe, from Comcast? Clerk Hurtubise, do you, we got, let's see, Greg Franks. Mr. Franks, name and address for the record, and then if you could please give us a brief synopsis of the project.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greg Franks, 5 Omni Way, Chelmsford. I'm Senior Manager of Government Affairs for Comcast. And the scope of the project is to place underground wires and cables along High Street, Riverside Drive, Main Street, and Bradley Road, Medford Square. If you're looking at the plan that's attached to your packet, it's the bold dotted line. It starts at the southerly intersection of Main Street and Clippership Drive, goes up to a vault in front of the bank, and from there it splits one side up High Street and another side across Riverside Drive and up to existing service on Salem Street. The project will pass 80 commercial and 27 residential units, providing broadband internet and cable service to them.
Okay, thank you. So this here project has been approved by our city engineer with the following conditions. I'm just going to read the conditions, then I know a number of councilors have questions, and there are quite a few conditions. The engineer division recommends that the grant of location be approved with the following conditions. These conditions include minor revisions to vault locations and conduit runs. Prior to issuance of a street opening permit, Comcast must submit a revised plan with the city clerk and engineering division for record. Number one, the grant of location is limited to the conduit, vaults, handholds, and service conduit as described in the petition. High Street, starting at the existing conduit located in front of number 84 High Street, excavating to place 2 4-inch PVC conduits, 1,094 plus or minus, and 2 3x3 manholes, and 9 2x3 vaults. Bradley Road, starting at the proposed manhole and the sidewalk, excavating place 2 4-inch PVC conduits, 170 foot plus or minus, to utility pole number 5516-1. Main Street, starting at the proposed vault number 9 on High Street, excavating to place 2 4-inch PVC conduits, 115 feet plus or minus, to proposed vault number 10. Continuing from vault number 10, excavating to place 1 4-inch PVC conduit, 155 feet, to number 32 Main Street, Riverside Avenue, starting at proposed vault number 10 on Main Street, excavating to place 2 4-inch PVC conduits, 240 feet plus or minus, to number 1 Salem Street, and proposing to place a 2x3 vault over the existing conduit located in the sidewalk. Number 2, the plan indicates that conflicts with other utilities may result in a change in location of conduits and structures. Changes in locations of conduit runs or structures by more than 2 feet requires the approval of a revised GOL. Changes to structure locations less than 2 feet must be approved by the city engineer. The note on the plan must be revised to indicate this information. Number 3, before starting work, the contractor must notify DigSafe and must obtain all applicable permits from the engineering division. This project must obtain a street opening permit pursuant to Section 74-141 of the city ordinances prior to commencing work. The SOP application must include a street restoration plan and traffic management plan for review and approval by the engineering division. See surface restoration requirements below. The TMP must be prepared and stamped by a licensed professional engineer and must include accommodations for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles. Number 4, no other utility structures, conduits, duct banks, pipes, or any other apparatuses are adversely impacted. Comcast must ensure that all sewer, water, and drain lines are marked prior to any excavation. Number 5, Comcast must submit a project schedule and sequence plan to the engineering division for review and approval. The project shall be limited to 1 crew. Number 6, sections of work may be required to take place at night due to daytime traffic volumes. This must be coordinated with the Medford Police Department to minimize disruptions in traffic in the interest of public safety. Number 7, Comcast must submit a communications and notification plan to the mayor's office for review and approval. It must include timely notifications to impacted business and residents. Number 8, the plan indicates a riverfront area jurisdictional line. Comcast must review this line in consultation with the Medford Conservation Commission. Riverfront areas are wetland resources and are under the jurisdiction of the Medford Conservation Commission. If an order of conditions is required, it must be issued prior to the release of a SOP. 9, copies of the MWRA 8M permit must be submitted to the engineering division with the SOP application. 10, Comcast may have abandoned utilities in Medford. A map showing the location of Comcast abandoned utilities in Medford must be submitted to the engineering division for record. Number 11, as part of the City of Medford COVID-19 emergency response, there are Jersey barriers set up on High Street and outdoor dining space. If any of these barriers must be temporarily removed, this work must be coordinated with the associated restaurants to take place at a time that minimizes impact to these restaurants. If this work must take place during business hours, they must be paid restitution. Number 12, The contractor must submit a COVID-19 work safety plan with the SOP application. The plan is subject to approval by the Board of Health and must be approved before the release of the permit. Number 13, the sidewalk and street restoration must be done in consultation with the engineering division and per the requirements of the approved SOP. Cement concrete sidewalks must be replaced in kind and cleanly cut at the control joints to extents described below. The bituminous concrete pavement over the trench must be milled and overlaid in the extents described below and approved by the engineering division. The brick stamped cement concrete edging shall be replaced in kind. A, in general, sidewalk replacements must include panels from curb to back of existing sidewalk or right-of-way line. Expansion joints must be placed at several intervals less or equal to 30 feet. Less than or equal to 30 feet. Control joints must be placed to best meet and match existing conditions at the intervals no greater than 6 feet. Hydrants, utility poles, and driveway aprons must receive expansion joints to isolate. All joints must meet ADA requirements. B, Riverside Avenue must be resurfaced curb to curb to an offset of at least 10 feet to the eastern trench limits. C, there are at least 2 monitoring wells in the east gutter of Main Street near the intersection of Riverside Avenue. These wells are related to a remediation project and must be protected. The location in the gutter also conflicts with the granite curb concrete backing. The engineering division recommends that the run of conduit be placed in the sidewalk to avoid these wells and to avoid undermining the curbing. D, the trench surface restoration crossing Clippership Drive must be resurfaced at an offset of at least 10 feet from the trench limits. E, the conduit on the south side of Clippership Drive must be placed beneath the sidewalk. The landscaped area is reserved for tree growth. F, the trench surface restoration crossing Main Street must be resurfaced to an offset of at least 10 feet from the trench limits. G, the trench surface restoration on High Street and Bradley Road must be curb to curb. H, Vault 9 appears to be located in a sidewalk panel that includes a portion of a pedestrian ramp that is in poor condition. The restoration must include a new pedestrian ramp that meets ADA requirements. The vault cover must be located within the ramp wings and level landings. The vault must be located within the furniture zone if possible. The pedestrian ramps at the opposite sides of the crossing must also be replaced and meet ADA requirements. I, a sidewalk panel adjacent to Vault 8 on the west side is cracked. It must be replaced. The asphalt patch adjacent to the cracked panel must be replaced with cement concrete sidewalk. J, Vault 6 is located in an existing asphalt patch. The asphalt must be replaced with cement concrete. The cement concrete panels adjacent to the location are cracked and must be replaced. K, manhole 2, an associated excavation and conduit will disturb the existing pedestrian ramp on the west side of Bradley Road. The manhole cover must not be located within a ramp wings or level landings. The new ramp placed as part of the restoration must be ADA compliant. The pedestrian ramp at the east side of the crossing must be replaced to meet ADA requirements. L, Vault 5 is located adjacent to an asphalt patch that must be replaced with cement concrete sidewalk. The sidewalk panels adjacent to this vault are cracked and must be replaced. M, Vault 4 is located adjacent to the building. The vault must be relocated to the furniture zone if feasible. The adjacent asphalt patch must be replaced with cement concrete sidewalk. N, Vault 3 appears to conflict with a city trash barrel. The vault must be moved or a new trash barrel location coordinated with the DPW. The adjacent sidewalk panel at the street light and the adjacent panel near the building are cracked. It must be replaced. Vault 3 must be located in the furniture zone if feasible. O, Vault 2 must be located in the furniture zone if feasible. P, Vault 1 must be located in the furniture zone if possible, if feasible. The adjacent panel in poor condition must be replaced. Q, the service conduit for 81 High Street passes under damaged curb. The damaged curb must not be reused. New or good condition, use vertical granite curbing. that matches the existing curbing must be used for restoration. The sidewalk panels adjacent to the conduit run are cracked and spalling. It must be replaced. R, all pavement markings must be restored. Number 14, the project must be swept daily and shall be kept free of debris for the duration of the installation. Number 15, the service conduit must be encased in concrete or flowable fill unless required by the MWRA at the crossings or authorized by the city engineer. Flowable fill must be excavatable. Number 16, the plan indicates the vaults in manholes are heavy-duty. However, there is no indication that the specified structures meet loading requirements. All vaults and manholes placed in the roadway must meet H20 loading requirements at a minimum. Frames within the roadway must be 8 inches in depth. Number 17, Comcast must submit a rodent control plan to the Board of Health for approval. This plan must be approved prior to the issuance of the street opening permit. And those are this has been approved by the chief engineer, and those were the following conditions. So at this point, I would declare the public hearing open to those in favor of the petition. Let's see, we had is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of the petition? Greg, if you could just give, since you already spoke, can you just give your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, Greg Franks, 5 Omni Way, Chelmsford, Mass.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the petition? Okay, Clerk Hurtubise, I don't see anyone. Okay, seeing and hearing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. Anyone in opposition of the petition? Anyone in opposition? Okay. Clerk Hurtubise, I don't see anyone in opposition either, so. Seeing and hearing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. Council Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. From my brief calculations, it looks like this application seeks for about a half a mile of a ground opening permit. Does that sound correct, sir?
Mr. Franks?
That sounds about right, yes.
Like 2,600 feet or something like that?
Yes.
And it goes right through our central business district, Mr. President, one that we've been talking about for as long as I can remember in terms of what we're going to do to revitalize it. The lack of commitment to revitalize Medford Square, coupled with the impacts of the Craddock Bridge closure for such an extended period of time, along with the COVID-19 situation that's happened. We have a number of restaurants and places that provide food services along this stretch, and the impact that they've, the financial impact that they've had to put up with through a variety of different reasons over the course of the last 5 years is troublesome, Mr. President. So I guess this is a long way of asking a question, and the question is, how long will this construction take?
I don't know if my colleague, Dave Flewelling is on the line. He's part of the construction crew, but, you know, once we're able to get in the ground, we can move pretty quickly. It's, you know, a matter of days, not weeks.
Okay, so you think you guys can do, 100 feet a day? More than 100 feet a day? Easily, okay. What are the plans in terms of the storage of equipment and materials during the construction period?
We shouldn't really need to store anything on site. It might be helpful if he could unmute my colleague Dave Flewelling, who's he's at 617-279-7864.
Is everybody at home getting this in case they have a problem during the construction?
There he is, okay. It's Mr. Flewelling, I'm trying to unmute you now. Okay, he should be. Hi, if you could please have your name and address for the record.
Yes, Dave Flewelling, Comcast, 9 Phillips Road, Woburn, Mass. I'd be happy to help answer any questions you have.
Councilor Knight.
Will the public way be used for the overnight storage of equipment and materials?
No.
Can we put that as a condition?
Was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, excellent. So I'd like to offer that in the form of an amendment, number 18, Mr. President, as a condition that there'll be no storage of any equipment or materials on the public way.
Second.
With that being said, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. We have Councilor Beers. You had a question? I do. Okay, Councilor Beers, just, yep.
Am I good to go?
You're good to
Great.
go.
Do we have the city engineer?
The city engineer, I don't think is with us.
Okay. I guess then, just to the petitioners, when will this construction start? Is this next spring? Is it this fall?
We would very much like to get this done before the moratorium. Someone mentioned COVID earlier. We are getting a lot of calls from the residents and businesses there that they need a modern internet connection in today's world. So we'd like to get it to them before the winter.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, my question for the engineer would be why are there 18 now conditions, but he's not here, so that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Beers, you're all set, right? I'm all set. Okay, perfect. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, did I understand you say that this project will be happening in the evening?
Dave, you get that?
Briefly, will the work be in the evening, I think was the question?
Yes.
I believe that question would be up to the engineer when we apply for the street opening permit, what the limits of the working hours would be. It would probably make a lot more sense to do the work at night and less impact to the businesses, and this is a heavily trafficked area. We do have the traffic plan all prepared and ready to go. Depending upon if the petition and the project is approved, that's certainly something we can entertain, doing the work at night. We probably would get more work done at night versus during the day, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President, because, like Mayor of the Council said, this is an area already impacted by other circumstances, and to take away their parking spots, and some of them have outdoor dining in that area, would be more cumbersome than they already have. So if you could do this at night, after 10 o'clock, it would be greatly appreciated to all the businesses that are in that area.
We have done work at night on High Street in the past when we did 84 and 92 High Street, so we can certainly do the night work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. Okay, any other questions from the council?
Motion to approve.
Okay, on the motion to approve, motion by Councilor Beers, seconded.
As amended.
Yes. Second, okay, on the motion, Councilor Beers as amended by Councilor Knight, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Mr. President, while we're under suspension, can we move to take communications from the mayor?
While we're under suspension, to take communications from the mayor. Okay. See. 1 second. Two 0-541, communications from the mayor, September 3rd, 2020, via electronic delivery to the Honorable President and members of the Medford City Council, City Hall, Medford, Massachusetts, 02155, regarding the proposed ordinance Historic District. Dear Mr. President and members of the City Council, I respectfully request and recommend that your honorable body approve the following amendments to the City of Medford revised ordinances entitled Historic District Commission, Article 3, Section 48 through 51, as described below. The amendments clarify the ordinance to delineate the previously approved districts, and at the request of the Medford Historical District Commission create a new single parcel historic district at 16 Foster Court. By way of background, Section 48 through 51 presently states, under the authority of Mass General MGLA, Chapter 40, Section 3, there is hereby established a Hillside Avenue Historic District and Marm Simmons Historic District, bounded as respectively shown on the map entitled Historic Avenue Historic District and Marm Simmons Historic District, which are on file in the city clerk's office and made part of this article by reference. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40C, Section 3, the attached report and request has been transmitted to the Community Development Board for the concurrent review. The matter is scheduled to be taken up at the Community Development Board on September 16, 2020. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter. Sincerely, Brianna Longo Kern, Mayor. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Medford as follows. Amendment 1, Section 48 through 51A of the revised ordinance, City of Medford, Massachusetts, is hereby amended to read as follows. Under the authority of MGLA, Chapter 40, Section 3, the following historic districts bounded respectively and which are on file in the city clerk's office and made a part of the article by reference are hereby established. Number 1, Hillside Avenue Historic District. Number 2, Marm Simmons Historic District. Amendment 2, Section 48 through 51A of the revised ordinances, City of Medford, Massachusetts, as amended in Section 1, is hereby further amended to read as follows. Under the authority of MGLA, Chapter 40C, Section 3, the following historic districts, bounded respectfully, which are on file in the city clerk's office and made a part of this article of reference, are hereby established. Number 1, Hillside Avenue Historic District. 2, Marm Simmons Historic District. 3, 16 Foster Court Historic District. Attachments, Medford Historic District Commission and Medford Historical Commission report on 16 Foster Court. We also received a communication from the, from the CD Board. 2, John C. Falco Jr., President, Medford City Council. Adam Hurtubise, City Clerk. From Andre LaRue, Chairman. It's dated September 18, 2020, regarding the proposed local historic district at the Haskell Cutter House, 16 Foster Court, Medford, Massachusetts. At its meeting on September 16, 2020, the Community Development Board voted to make no recommendation on the proposed local historic district at the Haskell Cutter House, 16 Foster Court, Medford, but encourages the parties involved to pursue preservation of the historic structure either on this site or another site. During the robust discussion, board members expressed their desire to work with the Historic District Commission to prioritize conservation properties for future districts, find additional ways of celebrating Medford's shipbuilding history, and support a citywide evaluation of the city's historic assets. Thank you for the opportunity to review this matter. Andre LaRue, Chairman, and the CC was to Brianna Longo Kern, Mayor, and Kimberly Scanlon, the Acting City Solicitor. Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I didn't have my hand up yet, but I was going to put it up. I think we've had a lot of discussion about this. We went on a site visit yesterday. I think the discussion at our committee of the whole on site showed us that we are really close here. I think that the property owner and the members of the Historic Commission, the Historic District Commission are close, and I think we should encourage that compromise. But I also think that what's before us tonight is the question of whether 16 Foster Court and the 200-year-old structure on the lot warrants a historic district designation, and I think from the evidence we've been shown, it absolutely does. I'm heartened by the efforts of the property owner to reach compromise, and now, I'm concerned that if we don't approve the district, that the compromise won't be reached, and one of the last pieces of the shipbuilding history of our city, which, as we know, is an important part of our city's history, will be demolished on October 9th. Now that the community process is underway, and now that it's clear that the developer and the Historical Commission and the Historic District Commission are near to a good faith compromise, I think we should approve the district, ensuring that the community process can continue without the threat of demolition hanging over the discussions and the goal of compromise. I think 16 Foster Court clearly deserves the historic designation, regardless of the compromise. I'm hopeful that it will keep, the facade of the building, and that we can really celebrate the shipbuilding history of the city of Medford. But that designation certainly would not preclude moving forward with development, and I think all parties involved are ready to have that discussion. So, I think we should advance this, but I welcome hearing from my other councilors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pierce. So when you were saying, are you advancing it, are you,
Not making a motion, no.
okay, just want to make sure. Let's see, is there any other councilors that'd like to speak on this matter? Oh, I'm sorry, Council Knight. I didn't see your button pressed. Oh, you notice the screen's different, I'm sorry. Councilor Knight, and then Councilor Carviallo, Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, I personally couldn't agree with Councilor Bears more. I'm very glad to see the property owner and the Historic Commission sitting down trying to make compromise. We have ample opportunity and time to still address this matter without it being knocked down. We have another meeting before the deadline. I'd ask that the matter be tabled to a date certain to allow the homeowner and the Historical Commission to continue their deliberations and discussions. But with that being said, Mr. President, we do have, I believe, representatives here from the owner that have been working on a plan or are ready to make some commitments to a plan. So with that being said, Mr. President, I'd ask that the property owner be given an opportunity to speak.
Yes, okay, so we have Ari Goldschneider. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, President. Ari Goldschneider, 1287 Bay Road. Could you also please unmute Adam Glassman, architect, and Jennifer Platt, counsel?
Yep, let's see, Adam Glassman, you've been unmuted. Jennifer Platt, you have been, you've been unmuted. Everyone's been unmuted. Please continue.
Great, thank you. So wanted to express my appreciation to the City Council and the various other people that attended the committee as a whole yesterday. I think we're close on a compromise. I want to thank Councilor Marks for brokering or helping broker a potential negotiation between the two parties here. Adam's going to speak a bit more to what we are proposing, but just in short, we plan on incorporating, you know what, I'm going to let Adam talk to it. He's going to be able to talk to it much more eloquently than I am, so Adam, why don't you go ahead.
Okay, we've got street-facing elements that the Historic Commission asked us to replicate if it cannot be saved, and I think everyone realizes during construction that these elements will not be preserved in their current state, but we can certainly rebuild the front-facing facade with its window pattern, its front door opening, and the roof line back up to the ridge. They've given us or offered us latitude with the dormers, with the canopy, with certain elements of scale to make it work with the site and to accommodate requirements for the site. And we'll be presenting a rendering at the next hearing on October 6th.
Ms. Platt?
Mr. President and members of the council, thank you so much for letting us come back, and we really appreciate you coming out to the site and taking a look at the property. I think you've got a much better sense of what we have there. And while the existing building is not practical for reuse, and we had talked about being able to, whether or not you could just save the facade itself, and from what our engineer and the building inspector confirmed, you can't remove the facade without the whole building collapsing. What we have been able to do with the input from the City Council and from the Historical Commission is agree to incorporate certain aspects, architectural conditions from the front of the building, which will be now incorporated into the plans. We just had the on-site meeting yesterday, as you know, so our architect, Adam here, is working on the plans. We don't have them for you yet, but we are eager to work with you and with the commission to try to incorporate some of those concepts into the new plan so we can continue to have some of that the reference back to the past into the new building. We would hope to have these to you, I would, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, sometime before the meeting on October 6th, so you can have those, and then we can talk with both the Historical Commission and you. The idea would be being able to reach some sort of agreement on these plans and have our good faith to work on those going forward. And then the request would be, of course, to have the Second Amendment to the revised ordinances to adopt the single lot historic district, to have that withdrawn once we come forward with revised plans.
And just to be clear, I've spoken with, I believe that the purview of the construction would be under the Community Development Board. So they would be the ones that we would work with to ensure that the architectural elements are incorporated into the building. That would be the oversight.
Okay. Thank you. Council, actually, did you want to speak out tonight? We have a couple of councils with their hands.
I got a question if you're ready to give it to me. I have no problem.
Councilor Pierce. Councilor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your presentation. So I guess it seems like, if there's a compromise, you wouldn't want the district to be in place, and I understand that. I was just wondering, would the bench and the plaque that was mentioned earlier be a part of this as well? I really like the idea of taking the timbers that can't be obviously saved and used in the structure and building the bench out of them.
Absolutely, Councilor.
Great. Thank you, Ari.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilor Morell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and I want to thank Ari and Adam and Jennifer for bringing this presentation before us tonight. I appreciate all the hard work of the Historic District Commission to kind of get to this level of compromise that hopefully we can see through. And ideally, this is a model, going forward that we don't have to reach at the 11th hour, but something that we can see how we can work together moving forward to really balance the needs of the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Morell.
Mr. President.
Okay, Councilor Marks and then Councilor Carviallo. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank members of the Historic Commission that were present there last night. I want to thank the property owner, and Mr. President, I do want to thank this Medford City Council that took the time, Mr. President, when it didn't look that anything was going to result in this property, and I think we're that much closer to coming to a win-win situation on both sides, Mr. President. And I want to thank the members of this council that stood up to say, you know what, we'd like to go on a site visit. We'd like to hear from the property owner. We'd like to come to a resolve, because we all support the same issues behind this rail, Mr. President. Don't let anyone kid you otherwise. We all support it, Mr. President. And it was because of the due diligence of this council standing up and saying that we believe we can make a difference that I hope this comes to fruition, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Councilor Carviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to reiterate Council Marx's comments. After all this time waiting, and then all of a sudden on the last hour, we were able to convene and sit with the owners and the commission, everybody, and hopefully, I think we agreed last night that they would provide a rendering to make to show everybody, because again, we only met last night, and I think it would have been hard for them to be able to accomplish something in one day, and I think we all agreed to wait till next week and before we made a decision. But Councilor Marks is right. We all worked hard here. We came together as a group and as all the commissions to hopefully come up with something amicable to make all parties happy. So I want to thank everybody involved for all their work.
Thank you, Vice President Carviallo. Let's see, we have Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just to reiterate, I think that for what the Historical Commission has in front of them, it's a daunting task when you look at our community and its historical values. And we all, like Council Mark said, I think all of us realize that. And I think that the situation that we were put in with this situation had a lot to do with maybe the COVID and the opportunity for both parties to meet in a mutual and respectful manner. I think both the commission and the homeowner were great. We appreciate the opportunity to walk through the site. I think that piece was glaring. I think, you know, it's what's important to me is to sit in front of a home, not behind these chambers, but with the people involved, all in front of each other, face to face. And it was something simple as Councilor Marks' experience by working on this council for many, many years to just bring up a topic that maybe both parties can speak on, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the best of the worst-case scenario avoided. So, again, I applaud my colleagues and both the Historical Commission and the homeowner to reach an agreement, because, you know, we've seen our share of greedy developers in our community, and I think this homeowner was very open and honest with us, and will work now with our commission to make sure that we are going to keep as much as the historical preservation that we can on that site. So again, I thank my colleagues, and I believe that's a good example of good government. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. And I want to, Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to echo Councilor Marks and my colleagues' comments, and I also want to say that I think this shows the efficacy of the demo delay and the potential historic district as a tool to ensure that we can have a negotiation and reach a compromise. I think, you know, in many cases in this community with developers, we don't really have much community leverage, and in this case we do, and I think it's allowed us to meet all of the different pieces of this, right? It's allowed us to really make sure that development can happen, that housing units can be built, which I think we all agree that, you know, in an apartment district, it makes sense to have, on a lot of that size, it makes sense to have units, while also maintaining historical preservation. So I just want to say I think it actually shows that, you know, if we didn't have demo delay and we didn't have this historic district proposal, we would just have another building of apartments and not something that preserves and kind of highlights the history of shipbuilding in our city. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. And if I may, I want to thank everyone that was involved in the process. I know, you know, I think it was very beneficial to go out to the site to actually have a walkthrough of the property and both inside and outside. That's always beneficial. And I'd like to thank everyone for their involvement. But we do have a little bit of an issue. I did talk to the city solicitor today, and that window is getting smaller and smaller as to what we need to do here. With regard to the vote that we're supposed to take tonight, is supposed to be, should this be a historical district? Okay? And so tonight would technically be the first reading of this paper. So if we... I'm sorry? Provided it passes. You are correct, Councilman. But if...
From the committee report last night, it says Mr. Hayward suggested holding off on a historic district.
Right.
Okay.
That's exactly what you're saying.
So if I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And I thank you for bringing that up. So if it passes, it would be its first reading, and then it would go to the paper for its, so actually, yeah, then it would go to the paper for its second reading. So therefore, if we didn't vote tonight, what's going to happen is the next meeting is October 6th. And therefore, the second reading wouldn't get into the paper until after the demo delay.
Point of information.
So if I may, so from what I've been told, we need to make a vote tonight onto whether this is actually going to be historic district or not. And then when it comes back to the third reading, if something changes, then we can go from there. But I think that...
How come we don't receive this information?
And told by whom?
I just called today. I called the...
How come we don't get it until now? I don't understand. Why is this?
I made this call at 5 o'clock this afternoon, literally right before I came to City Hall. Because I like to make sure that, you know what, when this happens,
That information should trickle down to the members.
Is the is the city solicitor available as requested by the president from the meeting yesterday?
I asked the city solicitor if she was available tonight. She said no. She was busy, but we can try giving her a call if you like, if you want to take a brief recess.
You're running the meeting, no? I'm just looking at the committee report from last night where President Falco said that the council needs the city solicitor present, and then the next sentence says, Mr. Howard suggested holding off on a historic district. So that's what I'm referring to, is the conversation we had
That's
last
fine.
night.
And I asked the city solicitor today if she could be present tonight. She said she could not. But we can try giving her a call if you want. We can take a brief recess. I can try getting her on the line and.
Because...
If that's, is that what the council would like to do?
No, but with all due respect, Mr. President, I had a conversation with the solicitor as well, and from what the solicitor told me in my conversation with her was that the issuance of the demolition permit is told when the paper is advertised. So it doesn't matter if 18 months pass after the paper is advertised, and there's case law on this, and she and I spoke about it at length today.
I did too.
So I'm not sure if the information that you're getting from her and the information that I'm getting from her are the same, but I'm pretty confident in the conversation that I had with her where she said, you're absolutely right, Adam. I don't know why this is so hard to understand. First reading happens, then it gets advertised, and then advertisement controls. If advertisement goes out, the demolition permit can't get issued, regardless of whether or not October 8th comes and goes. So second reading is the advertisement. And that is what tolls the demolition delay. And we can toll the demolition delay on October 7th if need be. So I don't understand the need to take this to a vote right now when you yourself had suggested that the city solicitor needs to be present in order for us to make this vote properly, number one, and number two, when the representative of the historic district, the historic commission who was with us at the meeting suggested we hold off on it.
Point of information,
Point of information, Councilor Beers.
would the second reading be able to be published on October 7th? What is the print deadline for the Medford transcript?
Why does it have to be in the transcript? The Globe runs every day, the Herald runs every day.
The Globe costs $1,500.
Pay it. The house is so important, why don't we want to spend the money to advertise for it?
Well,
I mean, more people read the Globe than the transcript. I can't tell you a person that ever bought the Medford transcript in the last 15 years. I don't know one person.
I buy it, I get it every week.
God bless you.
I know two.
You and him?
So
President Falco, if I
Point of
may.
information.
Point of information, Councilor Morel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you were saying, your suggested kind of solution was we could do first reading, second reading, and then if something changes by third, we still have that option to,
There's still a third reading of this.
right, we still have the option to change should the compromise be met and things are satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the point of the compromise, I mean, have any plans been brought to the building commissioner? Has the building commissioner seen anything? I would assume he
What,
would have to
between
see that as well.
7 o'clock last night and this morning?
I understand that, but you know what? The way I look at it too, it's not our fault we're in this jam right now. I mean, here we are down here. Absolutely. Point of information, Councilor Marks. Oh, one second. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate both sides on this, believe me. But after last night's meeting, I think it would be doing this whole process an injustice to keep on moving the goalpole. If we keep on moving it, we got a commitment last night to move forward based on what was stated last night. And that was clear to me, what was stated last night, that we were going to work to maintain the front facade, and we were not going to move forward. This is right out of Ryan Haywood's mouth. And I think I asked him the question, and he said, absolutely, we would wait. He said, we may do it at a later date. I remember him saying that. We may do it down the line. You know, I can't promise you we won't revisit it again, but at this point, if we're able to move this forward, like we did last night, that we weren't going to move that issue forward. So now we're hearing that you want to move it, because even though it's the first reading, it's still moving the issue forward, right? However you slice that pie, it's still moving it forward, and that flies in the face of what we agreed upon in good faith last night. So I don't think we can keep on moving the goalpost here and think we're going to come out with a resolve if we're going to change the game as this goes on. That's all I say, and I don't think that represents either side. I think that's just common sense in negotiations. If you don't stick by a negotiation, it's not going to end up working.
I'm just giving you the information.
And I appreciate that. I'm not saying it has anything to do with you, but what I'm saying is I don't think we should change it at this particular point.
Point of information, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Point of information, Councilor Beers.
I just got a message from Ryan Hayward that they have approved the cost to run it in the Herald or Globe if needed, so I'm comfortable tabling till the 6th.
Okay.
I'm glad Ryan gave you approval.
President, can I speak, please?
Yes, Mr. Goldschneider, please.
Thank you. So I think we had a very productive discussion last night. A lot of issues were flushed out in person, and we came to, I'll just call it like a business arrangement with the local historic commission, local historic district commission, an agreement in principle that in return for or in working in good faith to incorporate certain items, architectural items from the existing home into the new design, and now what Councilor Beers brought up with regard to the historical market, including those two items, it was my understanding, based on the dialogue last night, that moving forward with the historic district would not continue pending their review of the plans on October 6th. So this is sort of a surprise to me, because I thought that we had agreed to something in principle, and now things are sort of changing here. I wasn't prepared.
No, they're not.
The only thing I was doing was giving the council information that I got. That's all I was doing, okay? So,
I second Councilor Knight's motion to table.
okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Councilor Knight?
Mr. President, before we table the matter, there is a committee of the whole report that's before us that's going to have to get put into the agenda for next week's meeting for us to vote on. But last night at the site visit, we did vote on a motion to ask a question of the city solicitor. And that question that we asked to the city solicitor was, can this process constitute a regulatory taking, opening up the city to financial or other liabilities? And I'd like to offer that question to the city solicitor as a B paper this evening, so that we can get that to her for an answer as well before next week.
Okay. So we'll take the B paper first. Clerk Hardebees, do you have the motion of the B, do you have the wording in the B paper?
Working on it, Mr. President.
Would it be, sorry, go ahead.
Councilor Knight, I have the first part. Can this process be considered a regulatory taking? But then
Opening the city up to financial or other liabilities.
financial or other liabilities. Okay. Got it.
Okay, on that motion by Councilor Knight, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Hardebees, please call the roll. This is on the B paper.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes. 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion passes on the B paper. Councilor Knight, did you have another resolution or another?
Motion table?
Okay, a motion to
Seconded by
table, that is
Councilor Beers, I believe.
undebatable. There is a
Second.
motion to table on the floor offered by Councilor Knight, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Beers. Clerk Hardebees, please call the roll.
Mr. President, is this tabling to a date certain or is this tabling indefinitely?
Well, there's no meeting next week. So it's Councilor Knight.
October 6th, right?
Okay, it's tabled to a date certain, which is October 6th. Am I correct, Councilor Knight?
Sounds right to me, Mr. President. That's
Okay,
the next regular
Councilor
scheduled
Knight,
meeting.
his motion is to table to a date certain of October 6th. That motion was seconded by Councilor Beers. Clerk Hardebees, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
No. 6 in the affirmative, 1 in the, 6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The motion passes to table 6-1. Okay.
Motion to revert back to regular business.
On the motion of Councilor Knight to revert back to the regular order of business, and that is seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Hardebees, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
No. I'd move to take all communications from the mayor out of order.
Oh, I thought it was just the first one.
No, I meant all of them, but, it's fine.
Okay, is there any objection to us continuing with the papers from the mayor?
Should I be asked to withdraw my motion, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knight.
Council Knight, would you please withdraw your motion?
Certainly.
Thank you. Council Knight has withdrawn his motion, so we are still on the papers from the mayor. I'm sorry, communications from the mayor, and this is 20-566, September 17th, 2020, via electronic delivery to the Honorable President and members of the Medford City Council, City Hall, Medford, Massachusetts, 02155, regarding Home Rule Petition Charter Commission. Dear Mr. President and members of the City Council, I respectfully request and recommend that your honorable body approve the following Home Rule Petition and transmit to the General Court for their consideration. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter. Sincerely, Brianna Longo-Kern, Mayor. An act authorizing the election of a charter commission in the city of Medford. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives and General Court assembled and by the authority of the same as follows. Section 1, notwithstanding the provisions of Chapter 43B of the general laws of the provisions of any general law, special law, or regulation to the contrary, the city of Medford, the City of Medford City Council shall, at the first regular city election or, I'm fogging up, I apologize. City election or earlier occurring special election held on or after the 60th day following the effective date of this act by order provide for submission to the voters of the city the question of adopting or revising a charter and for the election of a 9-member charter commission. Section 2, other than as set forth herein, the provisions of Chapter 43B of the general laws shall be applicable to the nomination and election of charter commissioners and to the duties and responsibilities of the city and the charter commission elected hereunder. Section 3, this act shall take effect upon its passage. Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm incredibly glad to see this item before the council. I think charter review is long overdue in our community. I think this charter was last reviewed before I was born. And empowering this council and ensuring greater representation and diversity on the council are one of the many ways I hope, one of the many changes I hope the Charter Commission would explore. I do have a question. I'm not sure if a representative of the city administration will be able to answer it or who we have, but
We have Jackie Peaks.
We have Jackie Peaks. I'm not sure if Jackie has this information off the top of her head. And maybe my colleagues, I'm especially thinking Councilor Knight might have the answer. If this were approved tonight, would it be disposed of by the legislature at the end of this session in December? And would a new home rule petition have to be sent after the new general court session begins in January?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Beers. We have Jackie Peaks, who is representing the administration tonight. Jackie.
Thank you, Councilor, for that question. I do not know off the top of my head, but I will certainly find out and report back to the council.
I think Councilor Knight might have said yes.
Mr. President, if the legislation doesn't pass by the close of the end of the legislative session, then the bill needs to be reintroduced for the next legislative session.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you,
The
Councilor
question
Knight.
would come as to whether or not we need to pass another home rule petition to reintroduce the bill in the next legislative session. And that I can't answer.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Do we, Councilor Knight, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Is that a question you'd like to ask the solicitor?
That's,
Are you asking? Yeah, I would be happy to ask the solicitor. I'll ask on my own. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Councilor Beers. Any other questions from the council on this? Councilor Knight?
I, for one, will not be supporting this paper this evening, Mr. President. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. We had a meeting for 2 hours today talking about how we're unable to conduct regular city council business right now. 1 out of 5 adults in Massachusetts are unemployed. We have a 20% unemployment rate. We're seeing the worst economic times since the Great Depression. People are restricted in their ability to get about the community, to speak with people, to talk to people. It's going to impact the ability to run a grassroots campaign and inform the residents in this community what's going on, number one. Number two, in times of uncertainty, we need stability. In times of uncertainty, we need stability. We should be focusing on getting our kids back to school. We should be focusing on getting our economy locally back up and running. I think that's what our priority should be right now during this global pandemic, things that actually make the community and the city run. The services that we deliver. I've stated, and I've been opposed to this process in the past, doing it with the home rule petition. I feel as though this is something that should come from the voters, that should come from the ground up. And now is not the time to promote a ground up effort when the activities of people are so hamstrung and where our government is operating under such stringent restrictions. So for those reasons, I'll be voting against the paper this evening, Mr. President. I rest my case.
Thank you, Council Knight. Any other councilors want to speak on this? Yes, so we have a number. Okay, let's see. We'll go with Councilor Marks and then Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilor Knight, for his comments. This indeed is a very difficult time to move forward on such a large endeavor. However, it was back in February of 2016 when I offered the original home rule petition, which I believe some members of the council were on. It reads a little different from what the mayor is offering. At the time, we were looking at a 7-member commission. We also outlined when a final report would be back with recommendations, which at the time we thought was a key component to moving this along, because if you leave it open-ended, the process inherently is a long process to start off with. When we reviewed this back in 2016, February 2016, we were looking at potential ballot questions in 2019 or 2020. So that shows you it's at least a 2 to 3 year process. Built into that number is, at the time what we established, was an 18-month review process. So once you establish a commission, then they had roughly 18 months to go through a charter that hasn't been reviewed in 34 years, a charter that's only been changed over the last 34 years, ironically, to give increases to the mayor's salary, which is under the city charter. And that's the only really review that's been looked at when it comes to charter review in this community. You know, the charter is the constitution that governs our community. It's a vital document that I'd say most people in the community are unaware of because, let's be quite frank, we haven't reviewed it in 34 years. There hasn't been much discussion, and people are just not aware of what the charter defines. And there's a number of issues within the charter or responsibilities and powers that define how government operates, the length of terms, the duties and powers and responsibilities, and it is extremely vital, even during a pandemic, that we focus on a charter review. And I, as one member of the council, think there's no better time than the present to start the ball rolling and take a look at what we need to do. And this is not putting a stamp of approval saying that things will be changed in the charter. We're asking for a charter commission. The commission may sit down and look at the charter and say, wow, you guys created a perfect charter 34 years ago, and we don't think anything needs to be done to this charter. I don't think that's going to be the case, but that could happen. So this is not saying the charter is going to be changed in any way. It's just saying let's create a review process. Many charters that, if you look at cities and towns, they have a built-in periodic review of the charter. When ours was created some 34 years ago, there was no built-in review. Hence why we're at a point now that the charter's never been reviewed. So when I offered the resolution back in 2016, the home rule petition, One of the recommendations that was part of that petition was that at a minimum, an amendment be present in the city charter instituting an appointed committee to conduct a periodic review of the charter. So at a minimum, whatever happened, if there were no change at all, then at least we know going forward, and I agree with this 1,000%, I don't know where my colleagues stand, that this charter should be reviewed every so often, whether it's yearly, whether it's every few years, whatever it might be, it needs to be reviewed. If you had a business plan from 35 years ago, you would be out of business right now. And the charter is no different. It's a business plan, how we operate a community and how we run a community. And so I think it's very important that we move forward tonight. If it does calling for a refiling next year, then so be it. So be it, we refile it again. When we filed this back in 2016, it was a 4-3 vote of this council. It passed 4-3. We sent it to the state legislature. Many of us that were supportive of this back in 2016 followed through the process. Unfortunately, the process did not exist. The chairman of the committee, and his name escapes me right now, decided on his own, Mr. President, because I talked to him back in 2016, decided on his own not to give this a hearing. And I asked, why would you not give a petition that's before you, a home rule petition that's crafted by a city saying the city wants it, the representatives, the forefathers of the city said, we want this. And his answer to me, Mr. President, was that I don't believe that the 4-3 vote was a majority of the council. It didn't represent a majority of the council. And I questioned him, saying a 4-3 vote is a majority of the council. And it's no difference when you vote as a state legislator that a majority wins, a majority rules. And at the time, he just disagreed and didn't give it the proper hearing that it should have received, Mr. President. So I'm hoping this time, and I know there's some members that are hesitant with this, Mr. President, but I would respectfully ask my colleagues that allow this to move forward. This is the first step in many steps. This is a 2 to 3 year process. This is not going to happen overnight. And I'm hoping as we move forward, Mr. President, that the pandemic will be behind us. That's how long this process is going to take. And I'm hoping that's behind us. So, you know, regarding the signatures that are required, I believe it's 15% of the number of registered voters that you have in the community to put it on the ballot. We've had people in the community for the last several years, some good people, that have walked around, knocked doors, stood in front of stores, got thousands of signatures, still fell short of the mark of the 15% that's required, Mr. President, but did yeoman's work. And I believe there's enough support out there in the community to move this forward. Why not assist, if we can, as legislators for this city, why not assist in moving the process forward, not disregarding a process? The signatures is one process. A home rule petition is another process. There's more ways than one to skin a cat. We're skinning a cat a different way. We're going through the legislative home rule petition. It's long overdue, Mr. President. I appreciate there's a lot of opinions on this, and it hasn't been looked at, and some people may see this as a struggle for power. Some people may see it all different ways. I see it, Mr. President, as good government in reviewing a document that really requires review in this day and age. The city has changed in the last 35 years, and we should change with the times as well. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to take a long look at this tonight. I will be supporting this tonight, Mr. President, like I said, to move the first step forward. Thank you.
Councilor Marks. Councilor Morell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Echoing a lot of what's been said already, this is something that is long overdue, and I thank the administration for introducing this, highlighting the fact that, as Councilor Marks said, it's a review. It's just that. It's a long process that I think we absolutely need to start as soon as possible, and Every election since I've lived in Medford, this has been an issue, and I think we owe it to the citizens of this city to move forward in good faith to do just what this is, which is review, to look at what we're operating on, and I support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Merrill. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. And like Council Mark said, I too supported this in 2016, but I will tell you, I think that because the process does take the time that it will take, unfortunately, this isn't something that this council created or this council delayed. I think I was one of the 4 councils that voted for that in the past. But I think Council Knight brings up a very important point that we started our subcommittee meeting with. There's so much going on right now in our community that the focus has to be on the bigger things in our community right now. This is something that needs to be done down the line. I think that hopefully as you see things turn and people are back in this chamber and we get to move things forward, kids are back in school, and city business is done a little bit differently, I think that I'll go back and support that. But as of tonight, I think there are too many variables and too many issues that our city is dealing with right now to even spend a minute focused on charter review, considering that it, like I said, it is a 2 to 3 year process, and right now I think we need to focus on issues that are in front of us right now. So again, I thank both Council Marks and Council Knight's viewpoints on both, but I will not be supporting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was part of the council that was part of when this came out the last time, and I did not support it back then. Councilor Marks makes some very good points there, and I do agree with them. But I also agree with Councilor Knight that right now is really not the time for this. We've got many other things happening in the city that are much more important than this. And I think once the kids are back in school and we're back doing regular business here, this would be something I could support. But at this particular time, I can't support it tonight. Just because, as I said, we've got way too many things happening in this city, and other business needs to be done at this particular time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo.
Mr. President, motion to approve.
Councilor Bears?
Motion to approve.
Okay, on the motion of Councilor Bears, seconded by?
Mr. President?
Seconded by Councilor Morell. Councilor Marks? Yes, let me do that. 1 minute. Councilor Marks, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I don't like to dwell on the past, but knowing what happened in 2016, and I'm not sure if that representative is still even the chairman of that committee. I don't know if it was the Committee on Local Affairs. I can't even remember the name. Maybe election laws. John Rogers, does that sound, maybe it was Representative Rogers?
John Lawn.
No. I can't recall, Mr. President. I got a lot of useful information stuck in my head, useless information stuck in my head, but that's not one of it. But I would just ask, Mr. President, respectfully, that I would hate to pass something that is going to be on the same wave as we did in 2016, and then only go up to the State House and them say that it doesn't have the support of the city because of the vote, or the sheer number of votes. So I can see what my colleagues are stating, that this may not be the best time, but if we looked at maybe the beginning of the next fiscal year, January, is that sound like a time that would be amendable to other members of the council? I don't know if it's strictly just the time. They may have other philosophical differences with charter review and so forth. But, if that's the case, I wouldn't mind holding off until January, Mr. President, especially if this did happen to go down tonight. We couldn't bring it up again for, 90 days? So you're looking that time frame anyways. I'm prepared to vote on it tonight, but I just would hate to see this go down the same way, because I really believe in it strongly. So I just want to throw that out to my colleagues. If there is support, maybe not this particular second, but maybe in January, is that workable?
Point of information, Mr. President.
Point of information, Councilor Scarpelli.
And I thank Council Marks, I think that there's areas to agree to disagree, but this is something we agree on. Unfortunately, we don't agree on is a timeline. I think that as one council who voted for it, this in the past, and knowing that it's something that needs to be done, like our zoning laws, like our zoning and many other things, historical issues. So I think that this is important, but I think right now, I think there's so much that supersedes it that if it is offered sometime the next fiscal year, it'll be something that I would totally support again. So I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hear what people are saying. I just think this is the part where the city of Medford is not focused on it. We're asking the permission from the state. We've known how long it can take on a variety of home rule petitions that this council has sent in the past that have never been heard. I think we are advantaged by sending it sooner rather than later, trying to get the legislature to move on it, because I think if we send it, I'll vote for it now, I'll vote for it in January, I'll vote for it whenever it's on the agenda. But, if we send it in January, it could be the next January before they act on it, or they may never act on it at all. So I just think if we're talking about time, this is the part of the process where it's not in the city of Medford. It's in the general court asking for the home rule petition. So I just think getting it up there sooner rather than later to try to move it along, it doesn't mean that this council can't focus on the many other issues that we have at hand. That's just where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Knight.
I do think it's also important to point out, for those that are so supportive of the measure, that if it goes forward tonight, you get 2 bites at the apple, because if it doesn't pass by January, then it gets refiled again. And if it does get passed before January, then you get Charter Commission. But, I don't support the paper, but, from an operational standpoint, if it got held till the end of the year or tabled or whatever it may be, and it can't come back up for 90 days, so be it. The next session's in session. So, you could send the paper to legislature now. If it doesn't get taken up for a vote, it doesn't get taken up for a vote. Then you want to do it again in January anyway, when the circumstances change, you get another bite at the apple with a new legislature. So that's something to think about. But either way, I'm not going to support it this evening.
Right, well, and Mr. President, if I
Thank
may.
you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Beers.
And I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make is let's send it up. If they approve it, they approve it. If we send it up now in this session, and if not, we're back in January, and then they can approve it in the new session. I just think we know exactly how difficult it is for the municipalities, whether it's Medford or most other municipalities, to get a home rule petition passed through the legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. We have a number of people that want to speak on this issue, so at this point, I'm going to call on Matt H. Name and address for the record, Matt.
Hey, y'all. Yeah, my name is Matt Hughes, 76 Boston Ave. I would absolutely like to speak in favor of... Oh, I'm sorry.
Matt,
can y'all hear me?
Matt, you said your last name's Hughes, right?
Hughes, yeah.
Okay,
H-U-G-H-S.
Thank you.
No problem. So I am in favor of charter review. I have collected signatures in the past. Folks have mentioned this is something that many members of the community across a lot of different political stripes, to be perfectly honest, have done work to try and get our city into better shape with respect to our foundational documents being reviewed. Ideally, getting back into a position where that document can be reviewed on a regular basis. That would be super great. Additionally, I think that I'm really glad that the mayor introduced this at this moment, because I think that this is an urgent moment to address very specific and concrete issues regarding the issues of race in Medford. So there are many, many things that could come out of a process, but I know that there's going to be a lot of appetite from the community for is of ward representation in how we elect to the city council. And that ward representation could result in a lot more opportunity for West Medford to be diversely represented. So that is...
Matt, 1 minute, please. Point of information, Councilor Marks. Yes. Council Marks.
I just want to clarify that the gentleman said regarding ward representation and how we elect the city council, there's also an elected board called the school committee, and they are elected the same way as well. So I think, you know, when we talk about charter review, we have to be careful not to just isolate certain groups, Mr. President. Thank you.
You are correct, Council Marks. Matt, please continue.
Yes, I agree. In the event that, I think that the prospect that Councilor Knight brought up, the prospect that this should be done via grassroots means, especially during the pandemic, seems very counterproductive to me. I think that our community has actually banded together, and there is a lot of volunteer activity being directed towards the public good right now. And I think that if we want to maintain focus on what folks should be, where our grassroots energy should be going, we shouldn't divert that by saying, like, well, everyone should just go volunteer to make sure the charter review happens. It shouldn't come through this body. This body is also meant to represent the popular will, and that's why I'm speaking up today, to let y'all know we want this passed. We don't want to have to gather signatures for it. It's a waste of our time, and people actually need other help from their community right now.
Thank you, Matt.
So please do pass this.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see, we have Jess Farrell. Jess, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Jess Farrell, 29 Martin Street. I would also like to encourage the council to move forward with charter review. I also helped collect signatures for this effort in the past, and I feel strongly about it for a lot of the same reasons that Matt already said, but I also think that there's just a huge interest in the community right now for this, and there's a lot of energy behind it, and I think that you should seize that moment right now when people are really interested in working on it. I also think that we discussed signs for about an hour and a half tonight, and I would have liked for that time to be spent on discussing things like charter reviews. So to the counselor who said that it wasn't an important enough subject to talk about right now, I think that we should think about some of the other things that we spent a lot of time on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Let's see, Will Navarre. Will, name and address for the record, please.
William Navarre, 108 Medford Street, apartment 1B. Basically, I think there's a lot of different ideas for charter review. I'm excited to learn about them, and mostly I support it for the reasons Councilor Marks said. He talked a lot of sense. It's a good governance thing to review the documents periodically, make sure that they don't get outdated. The more outdated they become, the harder it is to change, is sort of one of the problems that you have. That's what we're seeing with zoning. We got a backlog of changes that need to be made. The sooner you get started, the easier it'll be to deal with. That doesn't mean it'll be easy, but let's not kick the can down the road. It's just a good governance thing, just like
Probably on his
Councilor
end.
Thank you.
It's probably on his end.
That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Will. Diane Sullivan. Diane, if we could, I'm trying to unmute you now. There you go. Could we please have your name and address for the record, Diane?
Yes, thank you, President Falco. Diane Sullivan, Jerome Street in West Medford. I too just wanted to stand up in support of charter review. The other speakers before me spoke to the energy that's behind it. I really think it's about accountability and how we look to create a more equitable Medford that right now is the demand of so many of our residents. So thank you in advance to the councilors who are seeking to move charter review forward. This is a critical part of how we move forward in a more equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I don't see any of the hands up. Okay. Any of the councils have anything else that they want to state on this issue? We're missing one. Okay, there's a motion on the floor, and that motion was from Councilor Bears. Motion of Councilor Bears. Right? Yes, to approve it. The motion of Councilor Beers to approve, seconded by Councilor Morel. Clerk Urtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
No.
You said no?
No.
He said no.
Councilor Knight.
No.
Councilor Morel.
Yes, I think.
I'm sorry, I skipped Councilor Marks. My apologies.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
No.
President Falco.
Yes. That's 4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The motion passes.
I'd like to reintroduce my motion to revert back to the regular order of business, Mr. President.
Second.
On the motion of Councilor Knight to revert back to the regular order of business, seconded by Councilor Bears. Clerk Urtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. We will now revert to the regular order of business. Hearings. Notice of a public hearing, 19-481. Public hearing notice, amendment to Chapter 94, zoning, revised ordinances of the City of Medford, Medford City Council, September 22nd, 2020. The Medford City Council will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m. via Zoom remote video conferencing relative to a petition on Council Paper 19-481, Chapter 94 zoning, Section 94-2 definitions. Definitions is proposed to be amended to add definitions for brewery, tasting room, tap room, barrel, and brew pub. Section 94-148, Table of Use Regulations, is proposed to be amended by adding Use 35B, brewery, which will be allowable by right in C2, I, O, and MUZ districts. In the C1 district, breweries operating with 7 barrels or under will be allowable by right. If breweries operating with more than 7 barrels will be allowable by special permit Board of Appeals. The full text of the amendment may be viewed in the office of the city clerk, City Hall, room 103, or on the city's website at http://www.medfordma.org, Departments, Community Development, by clicking on the current CD board filings. A Zoom link for this meeting will be posted no later than Friday, September 18th, 2020. Okay. And if I may, we received a communication from...
Mr. President, if I may just quickly say that I had prior, in the past, I had recused myself from brewery business. I mentioned this at a committee of the whole, but I think I should mention it in full council, that I consulted with the Ethics Commission, and both myself and my family members divested ourselves from the Medford Brewing Company, allowing me to participate in discussions regarding this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. So we did receive a paper here from the CD board, and I'm just going to read it quick so everybody can listen. It's from the Community Development Board to John C. Falco Jr., President, Medford City Council, and to Adam Urtubise, City Clerk, from Andre LaRue, Chairman, dated September 8, 2020, regarding Council Paper 20-481, proposed amendment to Chapter 94 zoning to add definitions and an additional line brewery to the Table of Use Regulations. Following a duly advertised public hearing conducted on September 16, 2020, the Community Development Board voted to recommend that the Medford City Council adopt the proposed amendment to Chapter 94 zoning, as well as in Council Paper 20-481. Board members strongly supported the proposal to allow breweries and brew pubs to operate in the city. Furthermore, given the fact that some other breweries in the region have become social gathering spots, the board respectfully suggests including the following language to provide additional flexibility to their operations. Add the following after the last line in the definition for brewery. The facility may also provide food that is produced on-site, produced off-site, or produced with food trucks that are located on-site. Thank you for your consideration of this recommendation. Andre LaRue, Chairman, and that was CC to Brianna Longo-Kern, Mayor, and to Kimberly Scanlon, City Solicitor, and to Paul Moki, the Building Commissioner. So at this point, I would declare the public hearing open to those in favor of the petition. Would anybody like to speak in favor? Okay. John Costas, name and address for the record, please.
Yes, John Costas, 56 Hayes Street, President of the Chamber of Commerce, and we're in favor of the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costas. We'll give everyone a minute and a half, just because there's a lot of people on the call. I'm sorry, I apologize. Oh, that's true, yeah, that's right. It's just favoring, yeah, I apologize. So those in favor, if you could, would anybody like to give their name and address to anyone that's in favor? Okay. Okay, Clerk Hurdy, I don't see anyone else. Do you?
I do not, Mr. President, but I'm still looking.
I just want to double check, make sure. Oh, we got Max Heinig. Let's see, Max, I'm trying to unmute you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Max Heinig. I live at 5 Alden Road in Medford, and I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm the co-owner of Medford Brewing Company, and we would love the opportunity for ourselves or for other local breweries to come and be a part of the city and to create a gathering spot for Medfordians, and to do so in a way that would bring new business, prosperity, peace, and joy to the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Max. Okay, let's see, anyone else in favor of the petition that would like to speak? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. Anyone opposed? Is there anyone in opposition to the petition? Okay. Clerk Hurdy, I don't see anyone here in opposition. Hearing and seeing none, I declare this portion of the hearing closed. Would anyone in the council like to discuss? Councilor Marks, did you have your, was that from the last time your microphone's on? I didn't know if.
Yeah, I think it's from last time, but I would like to speak, Mr. President.
Yep, 1 second, let me just, Councilor Marks, and then we have Councilor Knight after that. Councilor Marks, and then Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the letter we received from the Community Development Board with their recommendation, I thought was already part of our brewery ordinance when we talked about the serving of food and the ability to produce on-site or bring in food from off-site, and also have food trucks on private property. I thought that was language we had. If it's not in there for some reason, I know this went back and forth with attorneys and back and forth with the council, I strongly support adding the language that was recommended by the Community Development Board after the definition of brewery that states the facility may also provide food that is produced on site, produced off-site, or produced with food trucks that are located on site. So I would ask that that be part of the ordinance, Mr. President.
Second.
Okay, so on the,
Motion to adopt the CD board recommendations?
so is your motion to adopt with the amendment?
Correct.
Okay. Clerk Hurdy, do you have the language of the amendment? Or basically to adopt the changes recommended by the CD board, am I correct?
Moving to adopt the changes recommended by the CD board.
Right.
Okay, so that is the motion of Councilor Marks, and that is seconded by Councilor Knight. And let's see, we have Councilor Knight wanted to speak on this as well. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, I'm glad that we're finally getting to the finish line on this proposal. It's been long overdue. I can remember filing the initial resolution asking Mayor Burke's staff to craft an ordinance some 3.5 years ago, I believe. And in looking at the final product that we have here before us, I think it looks great. I do have concern, and one of the concerns, the only concern I have about it is the enforceability of the 7 barrels and the ambiguity of the 7 barrels. You know, in the C1 district, breweries operating with 7 barrels or under would be allowed by right, and breweries operating with more than 7 barrels would be allowable by special permit of the Board of Appeals. Well, who's the barrel police, and what is the definition, what's the parameter? Is it 7 barrels a day, 7 barrels a week, 7 barrels a month, 7 barrels a year? I guess is my question. It's not going to prevent me from voting on the ordinance this evening, Mr. President, but I certainly think it's food for thought. I don't think that, you know, we're going to have somebody out there that's going to be the barrel police that's measuring liquid to see who served 7 barrels versus 7 1/4 or 7 1/2 or 8. And I just don't see how that aspect of the ordinance is enforceable, and what precludes somebody from applying for a special permit by right at 7 barrels, but then going over the 7 barrel limit. How are we going to know, how are we going to enforce, what's the parameters and standards that are going to be put in place? That's the only issue that I have, Mr. President, but this has taken too long for us to come to this point. So with that being said, if it does pose a problem, we can always take it up at a later date, but I do think that that's a deficiency in our ordinance here this evening.
Point of information, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Knight. Councilor Beers.
Just the 7 barrels is actually the size of the brewing system, not the amount of beer produced. So I think, I don't know who the enforcement authority would be. I think that we could appoint multiple people who would otherwise be approving a license to review to make sure that it is a 7 barrel system, and, you know, or not.
Thank you, Councilor Beers.
Point of information, Mr. President?
Point of information, Councilor Marks.
So we do have an established liquor commission, and I would think they would be the appropriate body to...
I'm supporting the measure this evening.
Right, to be the enforcement authority, so, but I agree, and, you know, we have a fishing industry, and, you know, you can only catch a certain number of fish. We don't have state or federal officials on the boats. They have a quota that they're allowed to get, and it's on an honor system, and they keep track of it and so forth, and I would see this as no difference. If there is a limitation on what can be produced, or the size, or whatever it is, that would be the case in this as well, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Any other questions or comments from the council? We do have one person that wants to speak. Let's see.
Yes, please.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Nick Belitho, 20 Dutton Circle.
Nick, you have a minute and a half.
I'm sorry, I'm having some Zoom issues amongst many other things.
Don't worry.
So just to address Councillor Knight's concern, the way with alcohol creation, basically you're making it, the TTB, basically the government, when you put together a brewing system, you actually have a monitoring setup, so the government gets their taxes for everything, and that directly is how you gauge the volume of beer produced. So there is an ordinance which is set up, so...
Nick, 1 minute, point of information, Councilor Knight. Councilor Knight, 1 minute, let me get your microphone.
I certainly can appreciate the gentleman seeing through the forest, seeing through the trees to see the forest. It was about taxation and how we were going to recuperate money. And I'm confident that we'll be all right moving forward with the language that's here. You know, so with that being said, but it was more about how we're going to be able to monitor it because it's a revenue generating issue as well. So his astute business mind picked up on that relatively quickly.
Yes, as I said, when a brewing system is set up, you actually have a specific tank that is set up with the TTB, which is the government body for taxation of alcohol, and that monitors the volume of beer that's produced through the system, and that is then the checks and balances, because Uncle Sam wants to make sure he gets all the money they deserve and they want.
Uncle Adam does too.
You can count me as an Uncle Zach.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, thank you. I'll be quiet now.
No worries, thank you. Okay. Let's see, so there is a motion on the floor. Seeing that there's no one else has a hand up, so.
Second the motion.
Okay, on the motion on the floor, there is a motion on the floor. That motion was by Councilor Marks, and it was seconded by Councilor Knight. And it was
As amended motion, yeah.
as amended by Councilor Marks to
Include the language from the CD
include
board.
the language from the
As
CD
recommended.
board. As recommended. On that motion, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
This is to adopt as amended.
Yes.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion passes. Okay. Notice of a public hearing. 20-042, legal notice, City of Medford, Massachusetts, Medford City Council, Chapter 94 zoning. This here is let's see, this is a continuation, I believe. Yes, this is a continued hearing that we had previously with regard to the marijuana ordinance. We had met actually numerous times. It came back from the CD board. We met numerous times with Jonathan Silverstein from KP Law, and we met with regard to the marijuana CAC ordinance and the marijuana ordinance. Now, I have to note that in the agenda here, we have,
Mr. President, motion to sever the CAC ordinance from the zoning ordinance.
thank you. Okay,
Second.
Council Knight has made a motion to sever the ordinances because they were supposed to be severed. There's a typo in the agenda, and they were included all in one. So, on the motion so if you go to page 4 through page
10
is the CAC ordinance, and then the marijuana ordinance starts from page 10 down. So on the motion of Councilor Knight to sever the ordinances, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Beers. Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes.
Mr. President,
Councilor Knight.
in review of the selection committee ordinance, I see that our esteemed counsel from KP Law has failed to include the local 3% tax option language that was requested of him on multiple occasions. So with that being said, Mr. President, I'd make a motion to amend the CAC ordinance to have the city solicitor, not KP Law, as previously asked multiple times, but our city solicitor, to draft language to include the local 3% tax option to generate revenues for the city as an impact.
Second.
Okay, on the motion of Councilor Knight, Clerk Urban, do you have the language to that Councilor Knight's motion?
He's asking the city solicitor and not KP Law to draft language to include the local 3% tax option to generate revenue for the city.
As previously directed to KP Law on multiple occasions, and it never got in there. Yes, that's correct.
So on that motion by Councilor Knight, that is seconded by Councilor Bears. You want to speak? No. You good? So on that motion, Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Bears. And I don't see any hands up, so I think we're good there. Any councilors want to speak?
Mr. President?
Councilor Marks, 1 second, please. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the subcommittee for their work on this ordinance. This was countless meetings over a long period of time, and a lot of time and effort went into this ordinance. I realize that many other communities have come out with their ordinance, but let me tell you, this was crafted in a way that I feel comfortable, and residents of this community should feel comfortable, that there are many safeguards in place in this ordinance, Mr. President, that protects neighborhoods, protects residents of this community. It was a thoughtful ordinance that was put together, and I want to thank Chairman Knight and Councilor Scarpelli and Councilor Carviallo for their countless hours on putting this together, Mr. President. This doesn't happen by chance. This happens by work, and I appreciate my colleagues' work on this.
Thank you, Councilor Marks.
Mr. President, oh, sorry.
Also thank
Councilor Carviallo.
Carviallo. He was originally on the committee back 5 years ago. So thank you for his work on it, too.
Thank you, Councilor Carviallo. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I appreciate Council Marks bringing that forward, but again, what people don't see behind the scenes is the work that Council Knight puts in when the camera's not on him. And I think that all the questions we had during those meetings and before those meetings, it was always Council Knight that was the go-to guy. So I think that he put in the hours and effort to really make us shine finally and get this through and moving it forward. So there's a lot of good reasons why we need this, whether you believe in it or not. But again, we appreciate your work, Council Knight, and thank you again.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Bears.
I want to echo the thanks of my colleagues, and if Councilor Knight is amenable, could we also amend this motion to also be a motion to table, so we only have to take one roll call vote? All good?
Yeah.
Sure, whichever date you prefer.
October 6th, or is that?
Great.
Okay.
Mr. President?
1 second, Vice President Carviallo.
I was just referring to the CAC.
Thank you, Councilor Bears. Vice President Carviallo.
Mr. President, I apologize. I didn't hear what Councilor Bear said. If you could repeat it, I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, I was saying that if we could make a motion to amendment to Councilor Knight's motion so that we table it to a date certain, so we only have to take one roll call vote, and that's just for the CAC, not for the zoning.
Okay, thank you. Would any other councilors like to speak on this? Okay, thank you. We just need a minute. The clerk had to step away for a second, so thank you, everyone, for your hard work on this. This was definitely a lot of time, effort, and energy went into this, actually into both ordinances. So, thank you to everyone that was involved. Appreciate it. So we will. We just have to wait for the clerk to get back. He should be back in a minute. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Mr. President, can I be so bold as to offer a motion to waive the reading of the paper?
The clerk is back.
So that's all one.
We make one big motion. Yeah.
Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so, let's see, Councilor Beers had a motion to table, bless you, to table this to a date certain, October 6th.
As an amendment to Councilor Knight's motion to request.
Yes, okay, so the main motion was basically to, which I think you have. Do you have the main motion as far as sending this to the city solicitor?
Yes, solicitor.
Okay, and the amendment was to table to a date certain of October 6th.
Yes, and if required, I'd happy to make further amendment to waive the reading. I don't know if that's required or not. You didn't read the 10 page.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Well, you know, we can read it when it comes back.
Sure.
That's probably the best bet.
All right.
If that's okay with everyone here.
I just don't want to make you read it.
Yeah, it's because, I mean, I don't want to read it if it's not.
You already read it once, didn't you?
I read the
Only the
full one,
zoning.
not the CAC.
The zoning only.
That's been, I read all 17. I read
Mr.
all-
President, you did read all 17 pages of the zoning ordinance
Yes,
at one point.
I remember that, I remember that.
I do too.
Scott. Okay,
All
okay,
good.
so on the motion of, so this is with regard to the CAC ordinance. Can you just read back the motion so we don't have it, Clerk Hurtubise?
Yes. So Council Knight's original motion, he moved to have the city solicitor and not KP draft language to include the local 3% tax option to generate revenue for the city as previously directed to KP Law on multiple occasions. And then Councilor Bear's amendment was to move the table to a date certain, October 6th,
Yes, the CAC.
CAC.
Okay, so on that,
The motion to sever, and there was the motion to amend.
And there was a motion to sever already that was passed.
yeah, we already passed that. So, yep, so on the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Bears.
Second.
Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
As amended.
As amended by Councilor Bears.
Thank you.
Amended.
Yep.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes.
Motion to call public hearing to order.
So the motion is to call the public hearing to order by Councilor Knight,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Bears. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Knight.
He said,
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yeah.
President Falco.
yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. So this is the continued public hearing that we had previously. Like I said previously, we met with KP Law, and KP Law basically gave us their final draft, and the draft, yes, they gave us their, KP Law gave us their final draft. Council Knight.
Ultimately, Mr. President, just for a brief synopsis, this paper authorizes marijuana dispensaries to be located in industrial and commercial 2 districts. It adopts the state statutory buffer zones and has a number of requirements and restrictions in place relative to Board of Health, fire, police, security, safety, and the like, Mr. President. So with that being said, I think we've all talked this thing to death at this point, and I'd move for approval of the paper.
On the motion of Council Knight for approval, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll. Actually, 1 minute. Is there anyone that wants to speak? Okay, Clerk Hurtubise, I do not see anybody's hand up. If you can just reconfirm.
Did we already do in favor and opposed? And did we already do the in favor and, okay.
I want to make sure if there was anybody that wanted to speak. So.
Mr. President, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, I don't need that. On that motion, by Council Knight, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
To approve the paper. So this is third reading?
Correct.
Correct. Third and final reading.
Council Bears. Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes.
May our ancestors of the temperance movement forgive us.
Okay,
The people asked for it.
motions, orders, and resolutions. 20-545, offered by Council Knight, be it resolved that the city clerk be directed to schedule and post a standing notice for a meeting of the ordinance subcommittee on the second Tuesday of October, November, and December from 5 to 6 p.m. for the purpose of reviewing the progress of draft ordinances requested by the city council, and be it further resolved that the city solicitor be requested to attend these meetings. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Here we are, 10 months into the year, and we have a number of ordinances that we've requested drafts of. We've gotten some back, we haven't gotten others. With the craziness that's going around and how government operates these days, with City Hall being half open and half closed, with the council being half open and half closed, I thought this would be a good opportunity for us to keep some of the items that this council's concerned about on the forefront, Mr. President. I know in the past, we've had situations where papers get filed and then they kick around for quite a bit of time. For example, the marijuana ordinance that we just talked about that took 5 years to come to fruition. So with that being said, this is an effort as the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. President, to get our work product out and get it out in an expedient fashion. I think 10 months to wait is plenty of time for us to request an update. And if we can sit down with the city solicitor and go over where we are and the progress that we've made on some of these items, I think we'll be able to put out even a better work product. This council's shown that it's been able to put out ordinances and has quite a vision for what the legislative body should be doing and for what legislative process should look like. And I just want to make sure, Mr. President, as the chairman of the subcommittee, that we're living up to the expectations of the residents here in the community. So with that being said, I'd ask my council colleagues to support this measure. It would be 3 meetings, October, November, December, and the second Tuesday of each of those months for us to get a better handle on where we're at in the draft ordinance process. I've had the opportunity to speak with Solicitor Scanlon, and she's started to do the legwork for some of this stuff. It's no reflection on the work of her office or that of the clerk. What it is, it's a reflection on this body and our willingness and desire to put out a favorable work product to the residents in this community. So with that being said, I ask my council colleagues to support the resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly support the resolution and hope we can move forward quickly. And I would just ask, it's not a motion or an amendment, just ask that none of these meetings supersede any committee of the whole meetings on the same proposed ordinances.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. Any other comments, questions from the council? Okay, anyone have their hand up? Okay, nope. Okay, on the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by? Second. Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
He's absent.
I can't hear Councilor Scarpelli.
He stepped out of the room.
Oh, okay. President Falco.
Yes, 6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 1 absent. Motion passes. 20-546, offered by Councilor Knight, be it resolved that the city administration provide the council with monthly reports regarding the C-Click Fix program, including the following information. Number 1, number of total service requests reported. Number 2, number of total service requests resolved. Number 3, a breakdown of what classifications of service was requested, stump removal, sidewalk repair, potholes, etc. Councilor Knight. What? Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Since the C-Click Fix program has been implemented, I have offered this resolution annually. I feel as though it's very important that the council be provided with a breakdown of what types of requests are being made by our citizenry and whether or not they're being brought to a resolve that meets their satisfaction and expectation. So with that being said, Mr. President, I'm requesting this data because data drives decision-making. And when we can take a look at these C-Click Fix requests, we might also be able to identify where our deficiencies lie in the deliverance of services here in the city. And then when the budget process rolls around, we have a better idea as to where we need to invest our funds to be sure that the taxpayers are receiving the level of services that they're so duly entitled to. So with that being said, Mr. President, I ask that my council colleagues support the measure. What it is it's a tool for us to gather data to be more informed, so when the budget process starts, we can have the opportunity to reallocate funds to those areas where we feel as though we can do better.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Beers.
Second and move approval.
Okay, on the motion of Councilor Knight, second by Councilor Beers, I believe Jackie Peaks, did you want to speak on this? We have Councilor Marks. Jackie, then you can. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my council colleague for bringing this up. I just want to make sure we have the correct terminology, because I'm not sure if that system tracks items that are resolved. It may or may not. I think it will state whether they're closed or not, which doesn't necessarily reflect whether they're resolved or not. So maybe Jackie can expound on that, but I want to make sure if we're comparing apples to apples, that, because I think it is a vital tool, as Councilor Knight mentioned, that, this see-click-fix should be used during our budgetary process, so we can see, the number one request and see, what's happening in the community, use that as a budget tool. So I agree with that. I just want to make sure we're able to extract what we're looking for. So maybe it would be helpful to find out what the terminology is.
And Mr. President, on that, I remember sitting back and we were talking about see-click-fix, and I believe it was a request that was made on DCR-owned property two previous administrations ago, maybe, or a previous administration ago, and the discussion was issue resolved, and the response was, that's state property, call the DCR. And that's, the issue isn't resolved, the buck was passed. And I remember Councilor Marks bringing that up, because he got a call from a resident that wasn't too satisfied with the answer that they got, and it was marked as resolved, but it really wasn't resolved, it was just closed. So I certainly share your position on this, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Knight.
And I'll be happy to amend the paper any which way that meets
See if maybe Jackie
meets that
can-
objective.
Yeah. Jackie Peaks from the administration.
Thank you, Counselor. In terms of the current terminology that's used, I have to admit I'm not 100% certain, but I did want to just let the council know we are currently working on, I'm going to call it a complete revamp of the program. We'll certainly be able to provide information that we have on file, but in the next few months, that should be greatly improved in a number of ways. Lisa Culiani from the mayor's office is spearheading that and is working internally to sort of understand how the system is currently used and how we can make it better. And we anticipate doing some testing to make sure that, it's a truly a solid product and that we can follow up with constituents, just as you're discussing now, and, they're determining what the responses are and if they're truly marked as resolved and what that looks like, and sort of making it a complete loop of feedback. So we anticipate that will be rolled out as soon as we can. We're actively working with see-click-fix on that currently.
Thank you, Jackie. Councilor Marks.
So just to follow up, Jackie, what are the reported items that you can currently draw from now?
I don't have it up on my screen, so I'd have to just bring that up. It covers a whole host of topics. I think one of the things that we want to sort of expand upon is we've asked departments who currently use the system to report to us how they're using it. So, just making sure that the options that are available now are being utilized to the best of their ability, and figuring out if there's ways that we can improve that. And then, like I said, through some soft testing, understanding what members of the community would potentially like to see and how we can grow what's currently there. There's quite a few options in there, ranging from, DPW and pothole requests and things like that to health concerns, for example, reporting rodent activity and things like that. So, but what's there now, we're hoping to even expand upon further and make it a little bit more detailed.
So just if I could, I don't want to belabor the point, but maybe if I pose it a different way. Currently, right now, are you able to see within see-click-fix, as Councilor Knight mentioned in his report, are you able to see if things are resolved or if they're just closed out, or,
Yeah, so on the back end, there we can see, a little bit more detail than is, I think, reported publicly at this point. But I'm going to check with Lisa and sort of see what is currently there and what can be reported out. But I know that what's available to us, we also can sort of dig a little bit deeper and get reports on what's resolved and sort of over how long of a period of time. So we can certainly get a little bit of detail on the back end for what you're requesting.
Thank you.
So, for example, when some submitted a request, and then how long it's been quote unquote open, or when it's been resolved. And I'm not 100% certain, sitting here right now without looking at it specifically, whether we can see in the system, whether it was truly resolved or if it was just marked resolved with no other comment, so I do need to check on that.
Thank you.
Jackie, if I may, is there a list of like reports that comes out of that system? Like made canned reports?
Are you asking whether we have the ability to do it or whether we're currently reporting out on them or both?
No, whether or not the system has the ability, a lot of like systems, when you get them, they come with canned reports that give you different metrics each month. I was wondering if you have a list of reports that maybe come with it, so we could take a look at that list and maybe say, okay, these are things that we would want to see on a monthly basis. That's.
Sure, again, having it up in front of me, I'd have to double check on it, but I think that there's a report that we can run or create to provide data of some sort. I guess we want to know a little bit more about the kinds of specific data that you're requesting. I know one of them is whether or not things were resolved and what that actually means. So I think the short answer is yes, there's some sort of a report that can be run.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Marks, do you have any?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Knight, did you have any questions?
I don't. I thank Councilor Marks for bringing up the point there.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Knight. Thank you, Councilor Marks. Any other questions from the council? I don't see anybody's hands raised, so I think we're good here. Okay, on the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Marks, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morell.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative during the night, of the motion passes. 20-547, offered by Councilor Knight, be it resolved that the city administration provide the council with a monthly report on the issuance of street opening permits, including the following information. Number 1, date of issuance. Number 2, location. Number 3, scope of work. Number 4, date construction started. Number 5, date construction was completed. Number 6, if the permittee is required to return to the location after 6 months for final roadway restoration. Councilor Knight. Hang on.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The condition that our public utility providers and others that are offered street opening permits leave our streets in is something that's been a topic of conversation before this board for a number of years. Earlier this evening, for example, we had several grants of location, and some of the things that we talked about were curb-to-curb paving, how long the project's going to take, where the project's going to be located. But I think, Mr. President, a lot of these times when we issue a street opening permit, and maybe it's not for a half a mile of roadway like we issued earlier today, maybe it's only for 50 linear feet, it gets forgotten about, and that final restoration never happens. And, we've seen places all over the community where we see trenches and patches in road work that's just fallen apart that our public utilities have performed. We've done a great job holding them accountable when they're coming before us for grants of location and things that are in our scope and our authority. But I think we can step it up a notch, Mr. President, and begin to look at the street opening permits when they're issued and what the follow-up protocols are to be sure that the taxpayers in the community and the residents in the community are afforded the opportunity to have their streets restored to the same condition that they were in prior to these construction and ground opening permits. When these ground opening permits are issued, it's usually for the purpose of underground utility work and underground utility upgrades. And these underground utility upgrades allow the city to generate the ability to assess a personal property tax on the underground infrastructure that's being placed. But this underground infrastructure that's being placed, along with the property tax, personal property tax award that the city can get, also provides the utility provider with the ability to have more efficient operations and, in turn, increase their profits. So when we talk a lot about what's going on in the community and community benefits, we look at public utility providers that are very protected and very insulated through state law. that aren't leaving our streets and our roadways in a condition that a lot of us feel would be suitable and satisfactory. And this is an effort to make sure that this stays on the forefront, Mr. President, with the monthly report letting us know what roadways have been ripped up, when the construction took place, when the construction was completed, and what the plans are in the future after 6 months, when they're going to get out there and get it done if they have to go there and do it. It also allows us the opportunity to monitor the list and make sure that after the 6 months is up, that these roadways get restored. So with that being said, I ask my council colleagues to support the paper.
Thank you, Council Knight. Any questions from the council? Any comments? Okay, Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank my fellow council for putting this on. Probably one of the most amount of calls that we get is for street openings that never ever get repaired. Again, it shouldn't be, if the permit, the permittee should be required to come back after 6 months. Again, you can drive around the city in any street, and you'll see sunken patches, and don't worry, they're gonna come back, and company never comes back. So again, this is something that's very important. I thank my council for putting it on, and it has gone a little better under Tim McGivern, but again, I think we still have a long way to go, and I second this motion for approval.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. On the motion of Council Knight. Councilor Scarpelli? Yes, let's see. Councilor Scarpelli.
Mr. President, I appreciate Council Knight bring this forward, and this is a great initiative moving forward, because I think Council Caraviallo is right. But one thing that we've talked about in most other communities, if not all other communities, they have, I know Council Marks has mentioned 1,000 times, a clerk of works, that when there is any type of job, it's up to the city to make sure when that job is completed that there is someone there that signs off and then rechecks that in 6 months. And I think that's what we're lacking here. We're lacking that layer of follow-through. So again, I don't know how we could move forward. I think that as we look at as we move forward, in a tight budget, it's going to be even tighter, but I don't know if there's an avenue that our DPW director or our engineer can, look into and find that person that's going to follow through with that. Because I know with the short staff that we have, and these things fall through the cracks. So again, I think that as we move forward, looking for an effective way of having a clerk of the works that's going to follow through with these is going to be most affected, I think, than anything here. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. On the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Vice President Caraviallo, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-548, offered by Councilor Knight. Be it resolved that the city auditor conduct an audit of the treasurer collector's office. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I've gotten a number of calls surrounding accounting, billing, and collections practices in the treasurer collector's office. When we sit there and we look at what's going on, we have no assistant treasurer collector. We have a temporary treasurer collector, or a part-time treasurer collector that's a retiree that's been brought back. So in the interest of financial transparency, Mr. President, and to address some of the concerns that have been raised by those in the community, I'd request that an audit be conducted for the first 10 months of the year.
Thank you, Councilor Knight.
When we look at where we were this time a year ago, we had very, very, very aggressive collections under the previous administration. A lot of money came in through the collections process, Mr. President, and I just want to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to ensure that these dollars are being captured and spent wisely.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Do you want to speak?
Mr. President?
Councilor Marks.
Maybe if we can get an update from the city administration. I thought they did hire an assistant city treasurer. I thought that position was filled. but if we can get an update on that, there's been some transition in the building, and to be quite frank, we haven't received any correspondence on things that are going on within the building. There's been people that have left positions, and we haven't received any formal communication.
Do you want to ask Jackie?
We can ask, Jackie should know that, but I thought they did bring on an assistant treasurer collector.
Jackie, yeah, there you go. Jackie, if you could please comment on Councilor Marks' question?
To Councilor Marks' point, there's been a few changes and updates, and I'm happy to have Dave provide a report or ask Dave to send information to you when he's back in the office later this week or early next.
What about regarding the assistant treasurer collector? Has that position been filled?
I haven't been directly involved in the hiring conversations, and I don't want to misspeak on that, so I do just want to double check on a couple of the things. And I can hopefully report back in just a bit. I'm just going to double check, if you don't mind.
Mr. President, if I could?
Yes, Councilor Marks.
That particular office, in my opinion, is in good hands. We have an acting treasurer collector who was the former treasurer collector for many, many years in this community and ran that office with the utmost respect and confidence and accounting methods. I'm not sure what the need is to have a city auditor audit the treasurer collector's office unless there's an issue of concern, because there is a yearly audit that does take place, and maybe we should be asking what the results were of the previous audit. But I'm not sure what this would, we have a great staff down there, they work very hard, and I'm not quite sure what this would accomplish, Mr. President. So I will not be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, I'd be happy to amend the paper to get 3 years of the last 3 years of the audits in that department, to take a look at that, and then if there's any concern, I can pursue this paper at a future time. I'd ask the councilor if that would satisfy his question, and maybe allow him the opportunity to support this paper with that amendment.
Councilor Marks.
I'd be amenable to looking at the last 3 years, absolutely.
So offered as a motion to amend, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Councilor Knight, you're amending the resolution to look at the last 3 years?
Last 3 years of the auditor's reports for the Treasurer Collector's Office.
Clerk Hurtubise, do you have the wording?
Yes, Mr. President. The amendment is to get the last 3 years of audits for the Treasurer Collector's Office.
Point of
Get the
information.
results.
Point of
Get the
information.
result.
Point of information.
We have okay, thank you, Clerk Hurtubise. So on that motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by, let's have a second. Seconded by Vice President Caraviallo, Councilor Beers. And then Councilor Beers has a point of information. Councilor Beers.
Just a clarification, would that amendment be instead of conducting a new audit? Strike and replace, got it, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Mr. President, if we could also amend that, I remember back in May, during the budget season, the Chief of Staff said we were on the verge of hiring a treasurer.
To
Can we have an update on where we are with the hiring process of a new treasurer? Or a permanent treasurer?
Okay.
Or does one get hired? I mean, I have confidence in Mr. Pompeo, but it was said that, we were ready to hire a new treasurer.
Okay, so point of information, Councilor Knight.
I don't want this to turn into a referendum on the qualifications or the abilities of Mr. Pompeo, but Mr. Pompeo is also limited to the number of hours that he can work as a retiree. So as a retiree in the public pension system, he's limited to 960 hours a year. So if there's no assistant and he's limited to 960 hours a year, that's why I raised the concern, Mr. President. But it's not a reflection of the duties or the work that he does down there. It's a reflection of the staffing levels down there and the level of productivity. But with that being said, I've amended the paper. I just don't want this to be turned into a referendum on Mr. Pompeo, because that wasn't my intention in any way, shape, or form.
But if I can offer in the form of amendment of where we are in the hiring of a treasurer.
Okay, so an amendment by Vice President Caraviallo to receive an update with regard to hiring a new treasurer.
Of the treasurer.
Mr. President?
Clerk Hurtubise, do you have that amendment of Vice President Caraviallo?
Update on the hiring process for a permanent treasurer.
Correct. Okay. Councilor Marks.
I just want to make sure we're requesting the appropriate reports for the audit. So it's my understanding the independent audit that we hired, independent outside audit, comes in and audits City Hall yearly, so once a year. So that would be an independent audit. The auditor from the city does a monthly audit. So I just want to make sure whatever we're requesting is what we want. Do we want the independent audit that's done on a yearly basis, 3 years worth of that? Or do we want to look at 3 years worth of a monthly audit that's done internally? So I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Big picture, Mr. President, would be the way that I'd like to look at it. 3 years, 12-month in a packet, you know what I mean, is the way that I'd prefer it.
From the independent audit?
The independent audit, not the
Okay,
internal
okay.
audit, yeah.
I'm on
Because then we
board.
can take a look at those monthlies afterwards and see,
Yep.
you know.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Marks. Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Beers.
I wouldn't mind, I don't see any harm in just asking for both up front. I'd like both if people are open to that.
Maybe a lot to look at. You know, I mean, 36 reports plus the, maybe, I'm not opposed to that. If you want to look at it. Maybe a lot to look at.
I just don't see any difference. If it's a lot, I'd like more time to read it.
So, is that an amendment?
Yes, an amendment to receive both the independent audit and the monthly city audits.
Okay, so we have a further amendment by Councilor Beers. Okay, any other questions or comments?
Mr. President, yes, while we're speaking about this.
1 second, Councilor Marks. Your microphone is now on.
And we all received an email, I think it was about a week and a half ago, from a resident that was very concerned about his automobile excise tax. And he stated at the time that he usually gets a bill in the mail for his auto excise tax. This year, he did not get the bill in the mail for his excise tax, and therefore forgot to pay it, and he got a surcharge. In addition to that surcharge, his wife, who the city goes into her account and automatically withdraws the excise, didn't go in, supposedly, according to this resident, didn't go in and withdraw the amount for the excise tax from her account, and it went back, and they, again, charged a surcharge that wasn't her fault because the city was supposed to go in and remove the amount. I think I'm explaining the email correctly. So I think some of that issue, Mr. President, I'm hoping maybe we can resolve by asking maybe the acting treasurer collector regarding that particular incident. And if that's, because the email we got made it sound like it was a systemic problem throughout the community, and this was happening to lots of people throughout the community, and not an isolated incident. So I think that's important. Maybe as part of this paper, if Councilor Knight doesn't mind, we can ask that question directly to the treasurer collector's office.
I'd be happy to support that amendment, Councilor.
Okay, so that's an amendment from Councilor Marks.
Mr. President, I didn't get all the wording of Councilor Marks' amendment.
That the treasurer collector report back to the Medford City Council regarding a concern of excise tax in the community.
Okay.
And then I can elaborate more on, that's the general gist.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions,
Thanks.
comments from the council? Okay. On the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Marks, is amended by Vice President Caraviallo, Councilor Beers, Councilor Marks. Did I miss anything, Clerk Hurtubise?
Councilor Knight amended Councilor Knight amended the original motion, or original resolution as well.
Okay.
It was a strike and replace.
Okay. On that motion, Clerk Kirby, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-549, offered by Councilor Knight and Vice President Caraviallo, whereas Razzo's Grill opened on Mystic Avenue, September 5th, 2005, and whereas since that time, owner and proprietor Richard Razzo has been an invaluable contributor to the city of Medford through countless donations and other acts of kindness, and whereas September 5th, 2020 marks the 15th anniversary of Razzo's Grill grand opening. Be it resolved that the Medford City Council thank Richard Razzo for his commitment to the community and congratulate Razzo's Grill for 15 years of success anniversary, and be it further resolved that he be presented with a council citation memorializing this momentous event. Councilor Knight.
I defer to the Vice President, Mr. President.
Councilor Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've known Rich Razzo for many years, and again, as Councilor Knight stated, he's, anytime something is needed in this community, he's one of the first guys to always step up. Someone passes away, Rich is the first guy there with food and things. As I said, I've known him for many years, and again, he's one of those guys, just go there, you don't even have to ask. He's there, he's ready to donate. He's been a good member of the community, and again, I wish him success on his 15 years and hopefully in another 15 years. So thank you, Rich, for all the work you've done in this community.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. Councilor Knight.
You got me? Mr. President, thank you very much. Councilor Caraviallo, thank you as well. And Richie, thank you for everything that you do to the city of Medford, for the city of Medford, in the city of Medford. Richard has been a great business owner. He's the type of business that we want to have here in the city of Medford. When the pandemic hit, yeah, you saw what he did. He put out Jersey barriers, he put out a tent, he has live entertainment. He's trying to keep the sense of community going here. He does a great job, as Councilor Caraviallo said, the countless, deliveries of food to people's homes when their loved ones pass away, unsolicited, unwanted, and in some instances, Mr. President. Richie goes above and beyond, and not just in terms of being a business owner, but in terms of being a community partner and someone that really loves the city of Medford, cares for the city of Medford, and wants to make it a better place. So with that being said, through you to Richie and to his staff, Peter and Jason and everybody else, thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for my fellow council bringing this up. I think I'd like to send congratulations over to Richie. I think that, again, whenever there's a fundraiser and there's a young child going through some horrible issue and there's going to be a party, Richie's always the first one to call and donate and be there for the community. So I think that's why he's been around for 15 years, and I think that's why he'll be around for the next 15 years, because he's always there when people need him, and I'm not speaking from experience, but the product's not bad either. So, but I thank you for bringing it forward, and congratulations, Rich.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues, Councilor Caraviallo and Councilor Knight, for putting this on. You couldn't ask for a better person. I grew up with Rich Razzo in West Medford. We were very close friends for a lot of years, and he is a great business owner, a great family man, a great son, and just a good friend, Mr. President. And he runs his business the same way. It's like going to Cheers when you go into Razzo's. You know everyone. He employs a lot of local kids from this community. He assists, as my council colleagues mentioned, on a number of activities that go on. He's the first to donate. If you ever look at donation list, Razzo's is always on there giving of not only his food and his expertise, but his time as well, Mr. President. And again, I wish him well, and as Councilor Scarpelli mentioned, I wish him another 15 years, at the very least. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. And if I may conclude by thanking my council colleagues for bringing this forward tonight and wishing Rich a happy anniversary. It's a great place to eat, and thank him for his continuous commitment to our community. So thank you, Rich Razzo. On the motion of Councilors Knight and Carviallo, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Harderbee, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Offered by Councilors Knight and Vice President Carviallo, be it resolved that the Medford City Council extend its deep and sincere condolences to the family of Teresa Galoni on her recent passing. Councilor Knight.
Again, I defer to the senior member, Mr. President.
Vice President Carviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. The community lost another good person these past couple of weeks in Teresa Galoni. Many know her because her husband, John, was city manager of the city for many years. Good man, but again, Teresa has a large family. All, let's say, some of them worked in the cities as teachers and other things, and there's just a good family, a long-time Medford family, and again, her presence in our community will be missed.
Thank you, Vice President Carviallo. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Yeah, as Councilor Carviallo mentioned, Teresa was the wife of former city manager John Glioni. And when John was here running the city, Teresa was running the show. As they always say, behind every good man is a better woman, and this is no different. What a great family the Glionis raised. My dear friend Janine McGonigal, Teresa was her mother, and she will be sadly missed. I'd just like to offer my condolences to the family and ask that my council colleagues join Councilor Carviallo and I in doing the same.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I send my condolences to the Galoni family as well. If my council colleagues would be open to it, I'd like to propose a B paper to also send our deep and sincere condolences to the family of Catherine Gorman Rodriguez, who is the mother of our city's Chief of Staff, Dave Rodriguez, sister of former school committee member Aaron DiBenedetto, and I would move that as a B paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor Bears. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Councilor Knight and Councilor Carviallo for putting this on tonight. Teresa was a true Medfordite. As was mentioned, John was a staple and a household name, her husband, for many years in this community, and she was always the foundation of that relationship. And I just want to thank her for her many years of committed service to this community. She was a terrific mother, wife, grandmother, and she will be sorely missed. And if my colleague wouldn't mind, I think it's only appropriate that we dedicate this meeting in Teresa Galoni's name.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Councilor Scarpelli.
Thank you. I know that, appreciate my fellow councilors bringing this forward. I know that everybody said a lot of great things, and I'd like to just reiterate those statements. And it's sad, but when a family lays and leaves a legacy behind, and that's what Teresa's done. I think that by the way they raise their children and how they conduct themselves in here in our city of Medford, and the legacy that they're passing on is so important to see. So I thank them for sharing their mother with us. Mr. Galoni was one of the best, and I think that we send our condolences and prayers. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Scarpelli. And I also want to thank my colleagues for bringing this resolution forward. Mrs. Galoni was a great person, and our thoughts and prayers go to the Galoni family. So at this time, I'd ask everyone to please rise for a brief moment of silence. Thank you. And on that motion offered by Councilor Knight, actually, we'll take the B paper first. The B paper offered by Councilor Beers and seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Kirby, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion passes. On the main paper offered by Vice President Caraviallo and Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Kirby, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion passes. 20-551, offered by Council Knight. Be it resolved that the Medford City Council hold the committee of the whole to review the draft ordinance regulating donation collection bins as offered under paper 20-295 and drafted by the city solicitor's office. Councilor Knight.
Relatively self-explanatory, Mr. President. In the September 8th packet, we did receive a draft ordinance that we requested. I believe it was at the direction of Councilor Caraviallo, and based off a previous paper that was issued in the previous session, Mr. President. But with that being said, the Solicitor's Office has put out a work product for us to review, and I'd ask that a COW be scheduled so that we can have the opportunity to do such.
Thank you very much, Councilor Knight. It is on my list, and I will be scheduling a meeting on that soon. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is something I proposed, as Councilor Knight said last year, and I'm glad to see that it's finally come to fruition. I think many of us remember that fiasco at the Fellsway Plaza, where there was just stuff, trash piled up all over the place, and then on other ones. And I did reach out to a couple of the owners of these of these companies. And they, some of the language that they sent out to me, I forwarded on to the solicitor's office, but they were all amiable to having this ordinance, because they said we were one of the few cities that had nothing, and there was no fees ever collected for putting these bins all over the city. So I'm glad this has come forward, and I look forward to the council whole meeting to get this resolved and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, Vice President Caraviallo. On the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Kirby, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion passes. 20-5.
Move to withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, 20-552 has been withdrawn. 20-553, offered by Councilor Knight, be it resolved that the Medford City Council requests a report from the school committee on its plans to address truancy during remote learning. Councilor Knight.
Yes, Mr. President. The Knight Early Education Academy over on Woburn Street has been up and running now for, almost a week. And it's a trying experience, to say the least. But with that being said, Mr. President, one thing I'm noticing is that there's a need for us to be sure that those that don't have the same opportunities as others are still being provided the access to a quality public education. And truancy is one of those topics and one of those situations that's something that needs to be addressed. In surrounding communities, some of them have multiple full-time truancy officers. I believe at one point the city of Somerville had 3 full-time truancy officers. I'm not saying or alluding to the fact that truancy is a problem in the city of Medford, but what I am saying is that based upon the new times that are before us and the expectations that have been expressed through our school committee and through that of DESE and the direction of the superintendent, ultimately, you know, our goal is to get kids back in school. But until then, we're going to be relying on remote learning or hybrid learning, and my concern is that certain subsects of our population are going to slip through the cracks and not be provided with the same opportunities that others are being provided during this time, Mr. President. So as the parent of a first grader and understanding that, you know, during these formidable years, the importance that education plays in the long-term development of an academic student, it raises concern. So I'd ask that the school committee just provide us with a report as to what their plans are and how to address truancy during the pandemic and during the hybrid learning, during from-home learning, Mr. President. I think it's very important that we understand what's going on so that we can ensure that all the students across the board are being provided with an ample opportunity to be educated properly. I'd like to further amend the paper too, Mr. President, and request a report from the school department indicating how many students we've lost to private schools between last year and this year due to the school closures. So with that being said, I ask my council colleagues to support the paper.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Beers? Nope, okay. Councilor Morale?
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the councilor's concerns around this. However, as the school committee doesn't report to the city council and there's not really much action we could take on this, I'm not sure I could support this, although I do support the amendment, so I'm conflicted there because as the amendment would later tie to budget ramifications, I understand that information is important to have. But regarding reports on truancy, I'm not sure what this body would actually do with something like that, especially considering the committee does not report to the council.
Mr. President, although the committee does not report to the council in terms of policy, the buck does stop here. The buck stops here. So if we're seeing a problem with truancy and we have one part-time truancy officer here in the community, maybe the council says it's time to kick it up a notch. Maybe you got to hire a couple more people. And if you don't, then maybe we're going to have to hold back some funding over here until you do that. So there's an opportunity and a way for us, Mr. President, very similar to the way that we were able to broker a deal with the Historical Commission and the property owner to promote and push for certain aspects of a better quality public education, and where the council controls the purse strings, and truancy is a concern, and there's a school department policy and a city policy, I do believe, that surrounds some of this stuff. I think it's important that we know. I guess my question is this: why don't we want to know what their policy is on truancy, and why wouldn't we expect them to have one? It's not so much that we want to force something down their throat. All we're doing is asking them to report back to the council with a report on what its plans are to address truancy. It's not a request to tell them to make a plan. It's not a request to tell them how to do it, where to do it, or when to do it. It's a request to fill us in and give us information as to what you're doing to make sure that this situation doesn't happen. You know, I can certainly appreciate the council's position. You know, however, knowledge is power, and the more knowledge we have, the better off we're going to be, and the better job we're going to be able to do for the people, and especially the students. You know, as a parent, Mr. President, this is very concerning to me. You know, 2 young children at home, a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. The day before school was supposed to start, my 4-year-old lost his daycare. You know, so people are struggling through this, and the more information that we have, the better. And the other thing that's important, Mr. President, is if we do see a truancy problem, usually the truancy problem isn't necessarily rooted in anything other than things going on at home. And while the school committee does have certain authority, the city has far more resources when it comes down to family issues. So that's another opportunity, Mr. President, for us to gain some more information and then maybe modify or amend the types of services that we deliver to the residents here based upon the data that we're receiving to see what makes sense to be sure that the taxpayers are getting the level of services that they so deserve.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Councilor Morale, are you all set? Thank you, Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I do think that if the school committee passed a resolution asking us for a report on something, we might have an issue with that. So I just want to put that out there. But in terms of the framing on the actual issue, I definitely think that equity in access to attending remote learning is a concern. And it's just the framing, the framing of it, address truancy, hire truancy officer. I mean, I don't know if that really addresses the scope of how we address the problem of equity and access here, because I think some of it could be a family problem, some of it could be technological, some of it could be, logistical. So, I understand the concern, and I hear the concern. The framing just doesn't feel right to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Pierce. Okay, let's see, just make sure no. So on the motion of Councilor Knight, as amended by Councilor Knight and seconded by Councilor Scarpelli, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
No.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
No.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-554, offered by Councilor Marks, be it resolved that the city administration will report back to the council on the hiring of an election coordinator to oversee and coordinate elections in the city of Medford. Councilor Marks.
Mr. President, this was an issue that the council spoke about several weeks back regarding the need for additional assistance within the Registrar of Voters Office. I have yet to see a response that addresses the council concern, Mr. President, and this is not just the council concern. This is concern of many, many residents, if not thousands of residents, Mr. President, that just went through a primary election, and some of the concerns that were associated with a new COVID type system, with mail-in ballots and so forth, of the likes that we've never seen in this community before. The reason why I bring this up, Mr. President, is that we have an election, a very important election coming up in November. We have a presidential election coming up. And it's vital as a community that we have the resources to handle the election, Mr. President. Interesting fact that I just found out, since 2010, in this community, the number of voters went up by 55% compared to 2010. I've been telling people over the last several years, when they ask me how many voters we have in the community, I was rattling out a figure that I recall it was about 35,000 registered voters. Unbeknownst, Mr. President, we're up over 40,000 registered voters. So I was about 5,000 voters off from the last figure I had, Mr. President. This is only to show that the number of voters in this community has increased. The capacity in that office has not increased over the years, Mr. President, and it's about time that we hire someone to assist the city clerk who wears many hats in his role. And it's about time that we hire an election coordinator, someone that can go into the office, Mr. President, and run the Registrar of Voters office. Now, election coordinator would not be just a figurehead. An election coordinator would address personnel needs, address issues of concern at all the polling locations. Especially in a time of COVID, we're talking about increased safety for polling workers, we're talking about plexiglass, we're talking about masks, we're talking about sanitizing after someone goes into a polling booth. There's a lot more responsibility and things associated in this new COVID era that we're experiencing right now. The election coordinator would also be involved with the training of wardens, clerks, and inspectors for the elections. The election coordinator would be responsible for the maintaining and date working knowledge of election law as set forth by the Secretary of State's office. They would oversee the distribution of the absentee and no excuse mail-in ballots. They would follow and maintain all mandated deadlines, create all tally sheets for the clerk's folio, audit the folio at the close of the polls, ensure calculations are correct, set up and maintain all tasks, including staff, instruction, training, poll pads, working with DPW for the setup of the polls, process on a daily basis all ballots cast during early voting through the VRIS state system, organize early tabulation and central tabulation, create spreadsheets and certification tabulation of elections. You can see the importance, Mr. President, of having someone that would oversee this process. And I think asking the city clerk, who already has a full plate, just from being city clerk and dealing with the council, to then also say, you're also in charge every year. This is not every couple of years, every other year, every year to run a major election in a city of our size, Mr. President, I think is asking for too much. Most surrounding communities have an election coordinator, they have someone that's in charge of the election process, and it is not the city clerk. It is an additional role. And I would ask, Mr. President, in the interest of maintaining what I would say is fair elections in this community, maintaining a system that I think we all feel comfortable knowing that our system is a good system in the city of Medford. Does it need improvements? Absolutely. Does it require additional staff like a coordinator? Definitely. And we want to maintain the integrity of what we have, Mr. President, in our community. And I think that will go a long way to ensuring residents that in this new day and age, with probably the expansion of moving forward with voting, early voting, and voting by mail and so forth, it's only going to expand, that we really need to make sure we have a state-of-the-art Register of Voters office. We have great workers in there. We have great women that have been in there for a number of years. They do terrific work. But I think it's time, Mr. President, that we connect everything together now and really go into the 21st century and provide the tools that we need for that office. So again, I ask that the administration, Mr. President, because this was sent to the mayor, the administration reflect upon this and the integrity of our elections, and we have previous experience from the primary of what can potentially go wrong in an election, and the fact that we need this assistance. This is not City Councilor Michael Marks saying it. This is residents throughout the community. This is the city clerk himself, and I think it's about time that we get a commitment from this administration, Mr. President, to put this position in the budget. Whatever it takes to fund it, let's do it, let's move forward, and let's make sure we maintain the integrity of our electoral process in the city of Medford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is something that was supported by this whole council a couple of weeks ago. I mean, in about 40 days, we got one of the most important elections in our time coming up. And this is not the time to have the clerk be backpedaling on things that he needs the help. We've seen that in the past election. We're going to see it going forward in all future elections. Again, this is not a one-man job anymore. This is a position that needs to be filled. It's not a one-day vote anymore. We now vote on 5 or 6, 7 days. And again, we try to do this with volunteers and smoke and mirrors. Well, those days are over. It's about time the city steps up, as Councilor Marks said, and hires a full-time person to do this and to bring our elections up to where they need to be. So again, I support Councilor Marks on this, and I think all my other councilors, I think we all feel the same way. We got to do it. I don't know why we're waiting. I say we got 40 days, and in 40 days you can have an election coming up, and we're still back at square one.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think Councilor Marks and Councilor Carviallo made a lot of good points. If it was not 11 p.m., I might be a little more angry because I think we literally saw the city clerk physically change and feel the stress of working hundreds of hours in a very short amount of time to make an election work that we've never seen before. And to be honest, the city clerk has been asking for this for years. For years he's been asking for this to be in the budget from the mayor's office, and this mayor, the previous mayor, it just hasn't gone in. They haven't put it in. So it's not like we didn't see this coming down the road. Early voting, 10 days of early voting is enshrined in law from now until forever for primary and the general election, so that's there. Now we're going to have mail ballots, maybe for a long time. Maybe that'll be enshrined into law too. There's a ballot question. We might have ranked choice voting, which might also add to the elections plate. And just to make the point, this city clerk has put on by November, he will have put on 4 major elections in 12 months. The municipal election, the presidential primary, the state and federal primary, and the general election. 4 elections in 12 months without an elections coordinator. So I'm a little angry that this hasn't been addressed. I'm a little angry that the clerk was kind of hung out to dry when he's been asking for this to be addressed for years and it hasn't been done. So let's do it. I don't know what else to say. It needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bears. Councilor Knight?
Mr. President, I do remember, maybe, was it 5 weeks ago? You sent an email out to the administration talking about $250,000 that was part of our agreement with our cable agreement.
Correct.
And I don't believe we ever got a response as to whether or not those funds were going to be appropriated or how they were going to be utilized, did we?
There was a response, but it
was a form letter.
I'm sorry?
It seems similar to a form letter, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
there was a response. It didn't say how the funds were going to be spent, but they were not included in the budget.
May I be so bold to suggest, Mr. President, that a portion of the $250,000 from the cable agreement be allotted for the purpose of hiring an election coordinator for the November general election?
That's...
And can I be so bold as to suggest that in the form of an amendment?
Second.
Sounds good.
I don't want to steal your thunder. You're the guy that found the money, John, but let's spend it.
No, actually, I was thinking the same thing. We're on the same page. If I may, we're on the same page. The money's there, it should be spent. The administration should be meeting with the clerk to find out exactly what needs he has with regard to the upcoming election, and then long-term, what they need to make sure that the office is staffed properly. And, all my colleagues have had great points. We all agree on this, I think, 100%, and that is that the clerk needs help. And the demands of the job, it's always been a demanding job, but it's really demanding now with all the mail-in voting and early voting. The role has changed throughout the years. There is money there, and that money should be used. To me, that's a perfect place to actually spend the money, because this is going to have an impact, and we need to make sure that that office is staffed properly for the upcoming election and long-term for the future. And I want to thank the clerk for all his hard work. I talk to him, I think, probably on a daily basis, and I know he puts in a lot of time and a lot of hours, and I know everyone in his office does as well. So I thank them for all their hard work. Councilor Knight, I thank you for bringing that forward. Councilor Bears, I believe you had your hand up.
Just if I may, and not to step on your toes, I know for a fact that the clerk has had made these asks directly. It's not about meeting and asking what they need. The needs have been outlined, the asks have been made, and they are not being answered. So it's just very frustrating.
Yeah, it needs to be a priority, without a doubt. And I hope the administration looks at it as a priority as well. So let's see. On the motion, make sure there's no one with their hand up. Okay, on the motion of Councilor Marks, as amended by Councilor Knight. Second. Seconded by Councilor Vice President Carviallo. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Carviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Counsel Marks.
Yes.
Counsel Morale.
Yes.
Counsel Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-555, offered by Councilor Marks, be it resolved that the most recent visit to Medford by Transportation Secretary Stephanie Pollock be discussed. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and even though it's late at night, I have the energy to be angry about this. Let me tell you. You know, it was great on September 10th, Mr. President, when I put on the local news and I saw the governor, the lieutenant governor, Secretary of Transportation Pollock, all in Bistro 5 in West Medford. The governor was there to talk about his daily or weekly COVID report. And then they also found time, Mr. President, to discuss the outdoor dining, which I support 1,000%. And also as part of this, Mr. President, Secretary Pollock mentioned about several projects that are going on in the community. One being Complete Streets, how we've received money, and I am thankful for the money and thankful for the projects that have taken place. The other is the recent money we received from Mass DOT regarding the shared streets and spaces grants, and that is partly the reason why they were there, to show how we're able now to do some outdoor dining and take some of the money to do heating lamps and cement barriers and anything else that would assist local entrepreneurs in the community to have additional seating during this COVID, which I support 1,000%, Mr. President. The one issue I do have, Mr. President, the one issue I think everyone behind this reel should have, and if we had a real media in this community, there was a lot of media there, Mr. President, but they weren't locals. The questions asked weren't locals. If they invited the rest of us, and if the rest of us were able to get into that meeting, as my colleague experienced for himself, that attended and wasn't one of the lucky people to be able to attend the meeting and maybe ask a question or partake in the conference that was happening. But, Mr. President, what does this council and the residents of this community have talked about and requested from Mass DOT, Secretary of Transportation Pollock, for the last 20 years, although she hasn't been the secretary for that long, but she's been there for several years under this current administration? One of the top 3 most dangerous intersections in this community. The corner of South Street and Main Street. It's been a bone of contention since I've been on this council. And here we have the Secretary of Transportation coming in and touting Complete Streets and Mass DOT shared streets, which are great programs, Mr. President. But no mention of a major issue. We've sent countless resolutions from this council to DOT. We've sent it to the mayor. We sent it to our state delegation. Councilor Scarpelli has had countless meetings on this, requesting that signalization be placed at that intersection, that some low-lying fruit be done, signage, painting of crosswalks, widening of curbs and sidewalks, traffic calming initiatives. And to have the audacity, Mr. President, or maybe this doesn't make it to the Secretary's desk when we request things as a city council on behalf of 60,000 people, Mr. President. But I would think an issue of that importance should have been part of the discussion, whether it was during the press conference, before the press conference, on the sidewalk after the press conference. But at some point, Mr. President, I would hope that the discussion around a 2-decade-old public safety concern in this community needed to be addressed. And I can guarantee you it wasn't mentioned. It didn't make the list, Mr. President. They were just here to tout what they want to tout and not address the issues that we're talking about as a community. And South Street's just one, but it's a major one, Mr. President. So as far as I'm concerned, next time we invite Secretary of Transportation Pollock to the city of Medford, she should come bearing several $1 million to do the signalization we need from Salem Street to Potter High Street to Main Street, to finish off that corridor. That is not, that part of South and Main is not city property. If it was, I'd be barking at the administration, I'd be barking at our traffic commission. We're building a brand-new police station across the street, and you have to risk your life to get there. It really is a disgrace, Mr. President. And it bothered me to see Secretary Pollock sit back and take kudos for some other projects that are warranted, and I support, Mr. President, but to not address the 1,000-pound gorilla in the room. And if she wasn't advised of the letters we've been sending over the past 20 years, shame on her staff. And shame on who's in charge there. I'd like to send a letter, Mr. President, from this council, and I hope the council will support it, to Secretary Pollock, thanking her for coming to the city of Medford on September 10th, and thanking her for her work on Complete Streets and the Shared Streets and Spaces grant program. However, Mr. President, I want to know what's happening at the corner of South and Main Street. And I want to know why we haven't received a thorough response from the Department of Transportation that addresses the public safety concerns of this community. You know how many accidents have been there. I brought this up about 6, 7, 8 weeks ago. I got the statistics from the chief of police. And when I say in the top 3 accident-related and most dangerous intersections, I didn't create that. That was from his data that he presented to me. That was directly from his data. So this is not a pie in the sky or a wish list. This is a public safety concern, and we've all addressed it. We've all addressed it a million times, Mr. President, so I respectfully request that the city clerk draft a letter on behalf of the Medford City Council requesting that Secretary Pollock address, once again, the request of this council about what are they going to do regarding the intersection, the state road, the intersection of South and Main Street in the interest of public safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. On the motion of Councilor Marks, seconded by Councilor Knight. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Hang on, Mr. President. I'm still copying down the letter, some of the language in the letter that Councilor Marks wants me to draft, which I'm happy to do, and I'll get that from the tape in the morning. But on the motion, Councilor Marks, seconded by Councilor Knight. Here comes the roll call. Councilor Bears. Councilor Bears? Shall I skip and come back?
That's Councilor Bears.
What's the motion? It's a letter to the secretary?
A letter to the Secretary.
Secretary Pollock.
Yes.
Asking why she hasn't addressed South and Main. Yeah.
Well, we're already voting, oh, yes.
Thank you. Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-556, offered by Councilor Marks. Be it resolved that the Medford City Council meet with Chief Buckley, our state delegation, Building Commissioner Moki, and City Solicitor Kim Scanlon to review local policies and procedures regarding halfway homes within the city of Medford. Councilor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was approached by a number of residents in the city of Medford that had concern regarding state-regulated and licensed halfway homes within our community. I did a little initial research and some past history I have working with residents regarding a previous halfway house that existed in the Wellington area. I found some information that I think people would be surprised about when the state regulates and licenses halfway homes within the state. There is zero notification to cities and towns, Mr. President. There are zero regulations on our books regarding halfway homes within our community. There are zero zoning ordinances regarding halfway houses in our community. And I put this forward, Mr. President, it's Chapter 111B of the Mass General Laws, Section 6A, that the Board of Health regulates halfway homes within the state. And I put it on that we have a roundtable discussion with Chief Buckley, with our state delegation, our building commissioner, our city solicitor, to make sure, Mr. President, that we have rules and regulations within our community, Mr. President, that safeguard our residents. And there was an unfortunate incident that took place a few weeks back. Thank God a resident came out of it all right, Mr. President, but it could have went very different, very, very different. And there was some concern regarding this particular incident, and that this particular issue of halfway homes within our community needs to be reviewed. I'm not saying we have to eliminate, which I don't believe we can, Mr. President, but I believe, as Councilor Knight mentioned, knowledge is power. And I think that we should have the knowledge when a halfway home is licensed in our community, and that at the very least, we should be on notice, Mr. President, on how we should protect residents that may be living within proximity of these particular homes, Mr. President. So I offer that in a resolution. I would ask, I know you have a million things as Committee of the Whole, Mr. President, but I would ask at some point we create a Committee of the Whole meeting to address this very important issue on behalf of the residents of this community.
Thank you, Councilor Marks. Vice President Caraviallo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Council Marks for bringing this up, and if the council would mind, if we could amend this to also look into the boarding houses in the communities, in this community. You'd be surprised how many boarding houses we have and the amount of incidents that happen at these boarding houses also. So if Council Marks wouldn't mind also to include this, boarding houses in this also.
Thank you, Vice President Caraviallo. Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Councilor Marks wouldn't mind an amendment as well, just to add the diversity director to that committee of the whole.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the council? Looks like there's no hands raised here. So on the motion of Councilor Marks, as amended by Vice President Caraviallo, Councilor Beers, and seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Can I ask a quick question before I call the roll?
Absolutely.
Councilor Marks, are you amending the paper, or are you referring the paper to Committee of the Whole for scheduling?
Refer to Committee of the Whole for schedule.
Referring, okay. So the paper is referred, and then the amendments came from Vice President Caraviallo and Councilor Bears on that. Okay, thank you. Here comes the roll call. Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-557, offered by Councilor Beers, be it resolved that the Medford City Council requests an update from the city administration on the status of the 2020 census and how our current response rate will affect future funding allocations To the City of Medford, Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I saw on Councilor Morel posted today that the city's around 71.2 or 7, was that right? 71.8% response rate. That's 28% short of where we need to be in terms of having a full count in this 2020 census. We are 8 days away from the end of the census now that the Trump administration has shortened the time that the census will occur. To be completely honest, talking to census experts, there's a deep concern that this entire census process will be flawed, but given that it's entirely possible that it will be certified and be the official result, the goal of this is to ask the city administration, say we were at 72 or 75 or 80%, I'm leaving that up to them, what would the impact of that low response rate be in terms of any federal funding, state funding, and other ways that we are bound by the census in the different funding streams that we have for the city of Medford. So that's the intent here, and I would move approval.
Thank you, Councilor Bears. Any questions, comments from the council?
Second motion.
On the motion, let's see, no one has their hand raised. Okay, on the motion of Councilor Bears, seconded by Councilor Knight, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-558, offered by Councilor Bears, be it resolved that the Medford City Council requests an update from the Department of Public Works on the condition of pavement and line painting on Rivers Edge Drive. Councilor Bears.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Rivers Edge Drive over in the easternmost part of the city, some of it is in pretty good condition, some of it is in less than ideal condition, and really this is just an intent to get an update. I have been informed that our neighbors in Malden do have, I believe, some funding to redo what they're calling, Commercial Street, which then turns into Rivers Edge Drive here in Medford. So I just want an update to see if there's anything in the works to repave or repaint or in any way improve the condition of Rivers Edge Drive.
Thank you, Councilor Bears. Any questions, comments from the council? No one has their hand raised. On the motion of Councilor Bears, seconded by Councilor Knight, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morel.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-559, offered by Councilor Knight, be it resolved that the Medford City Council be provided with an update on the current financial circumstances and projections following the close of the first quarter of the fiscal year at the second meeting in October. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, thank you very much. This idea was raised as part of a committee report during our budget discussions, something I brought up when we were looking at the projections during the COVID-19 circumstance and the budget deliberations relative to the anticipated forecasted revenues that were going to be coming in through the various departments that are revenue generating. The building department and their building permits, for example. And when we sat down with the finance director and we saw, what the trends were and what the projections were, we took a vote. And that vote was to have quarterly meetings with the finance director to update us on where we are currently in terms of collections and where our projections are. And this is a follow-up to that recommendation that was made during the budget hearings back in June. I'd asked my council colleagues to support it as the first quarter was July, August, and September, and September is going to be closing at the end of the week. Our next meeting is October 6th, is it?
You are correct.
And the meeting after that, I'd ask that the finance director be prepared to appear before the council at a council meeting and give us an update as to where we are on forecasted and projected revenues.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Any questions, comments from the council? Okay, no one has any hands raised. On the motion of Councilor Knight, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli, Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. 20-560, offered by Councilor Morel and Councilor Beers. Be it resolved that the Medford City Council requests that the city administration use all available resources to ensure addiction and substance use recovery meetings are supported during the COVID-19 state of emergency while observing state emergency order limitations and by exploring outdoor locations. Be it further resolved that the city administration publish a list of in-person meetings that are currently being held in Medford and surrounding communities for those in recovery and seeking support. Councilor Morel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is pretty self-explanatory, but this was raised through a number of channels that because of the indoor gathering limits and another number of other limits, a lot of recovery meetings have essentially kind of disappeared or stopped happening during the state emergency orders and the pandemic. This is, some organizations don't have Zoom licenses, some are at the mercy of where the meetings are usually held, and they're not reopening just yet. So I did reach out to the outreach and prevention team, and they're aware of this issue, and they did offer that they would do everything in their power to support 12-step programs that are seeking to meet as long as they follow state orders. But I did just want to raise this to ensure that this is top of mind for the administration, and they're doing all they can to support people who are in recovery and seeking recovery right now, because it's really making a massive impact on these meetings and people seeking help. So I move approval.
Thank you, Councilor Morel. Councilor Beers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just add two quick things, which is, number one, that the pandemic and the mental health effects associated with the pandemic and the pandemic restrictions are making this problem worse, and that I think that this is incredibly apt during Recovery Awareness Month that we do this. So I have friends who deal with substance use disorder. I have some friends who've had a very hard time through COVID-19 and who would appreciate a meeting nearby that they could get to. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Beers. Councilor Knight.
Mr. President, I thank the councilors for bringing this resolution forward. I think it's very important that we recognize the work of our Substance Abuse and Prevention Office and where they've come in such a short time since being created. The office has only been in effect now for maybe, 5 years, 6 years? And the strides that they've made in this community in terms of education and outreach have been innumerable. Compared to where we were before to where we are today, the level of services that we offer as a city. But I think it's also important, Mr. President, to recognize that in the spirit of National Recovery Month, that this is a resolution that we must support this evening, and I wholeheartedly will vote entirely in favor of it this evening.
Thank you very much, Councilor Knight. Any other questions or comments from the council? We have, let's see. Hendrick, name and address for the record, please.
Hendrick Gideons, 14 Rita Drive. I'd like to speak to this because I am in recovery. I've got 17 years under my belt, and now is the time that we finally need to get more people into recovery. It's very strange to me that we would be just a couple of minutes ago looking to figure out how to not have empathy for people in halfway houses and people who don't have enough money to move into an apartment who live in boarding houses, and to keep those people out while we're pretending to support people that are in recovery with.
Mr. President?
Oh.
Okay, what if, Councilor Marks?
I didn't hear anyone say about keeping anyone out of this community. So, if we're going to state things, Mr. President, we should accurately reflect what was stated, and no one once said to keep anyone out of this community.
Okay. Hendrick, please continue.
Thank you. It's nice that I get to speak again.
Says
I think that it's very important for us at this time when people are out of work and they're without their support communities, either in churches or in meetings, or the people that they work with in person in offices, to realize that we actually need to support people during this time. And a halfway house is the way people make the transition from being in rehab or in prison to rejoining the rest of society. So it's something that we need to have, and if we are interested in regulating that, we need to figure out how we can take care of the people that are in those houses as much as we are taking care of the other residents outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologize, my computer died, so I just need to, okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
Motion to get the president a computer charger.
On the motion of Councilor Morell and Councilor Bears, seconded by Vice President Caraviallo. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo. Yes. Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Councilor Scarpelli, would you happen to have the common victualist paperwork from the meeting on September 7th? There was a... No, I know the gentleman who was... Yes, he...
7-Eleven?
7-Eleven.
20-540.
Yes, Clerk Hurtubise, can you give me the person's name again for the 7-Eleven that was waiting for the...
I got it right here.
He's on the call.
Ahid Anwar is on the call right now.
Okay.
He's representing I think he's there in place of his father.
Motion to take 20-540 off the table.
Second the motion, move approval.
On the motion of Councilor Bears to take... Councilor Bears, what's the number again?
Take paper 20-540 off the table.
On the motion of Councilor Bears to take it from the table, seconded by...
Second.
Councilor Scarpelli. Clerk Hurtubise, please call the roll.
Councilor Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Caraviallo.
Yes.
Councilor Knight.
Yes.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Councilor Morell.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Clerk Hurtubise, I just need a second. I'm just trying to get a copy of the paperwork.
I'll go ahead and unmute Mr. Anwar in the meantime.
Councilor Knight, thank you very much. 20-540, petition for a common victuals license by Mohammed Anwar, 2292 Boston Turnpike, Coventry, Connecticut, 06238, for the Anwar Group Incorporated, DBA 7-Eleven, 133 Main Street, Medford, Massachusetts, 02155, on file business certificate number 128, Building Department, Fire Department, Police Traffic Impact, Health Department, Letter of Compliance, State Tax ID, Workman's Compensation, Petition, and Treasurer. Councilor Scarpelli. Chairperson's on licensing.
Thank you, Mr. President. We reviewed Ms. Fade's paperwork, everything seemed in order and has everything that's needed. Now, if you could just give us a brief synopsis and then hear from our council colleagues and vote to approve my work.
Mr. Anwar, if you could just tell us a little bit about your business?
Hi, thank you. Fahad Anwar, 660 Ocean Avenue, Revere, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
It's currently a 7-Eleven. It's been a 7-Eleven at that location for the last 7 years now, and my family and I recently purchased it back in September 2nd of this year. It's a convenient 7-Eleven, convenience store, selling grocery items, hot food items, cold drinks, and some grocery items as well.
So you're just turning the permit over, correct? So we're just turning the permit over? It's the same-
correct.
Same location, same business?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I move approval, Mr. President.
Second.
On the motion of Councilor Scarpelli to approve, seconded by Councilor Knight, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President
Yes.
Carviallo. Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Clerk Urban, is that everything?
Reports of committees.
Yeah, I think there's committee reports and 2 sets of records.
We take them next time we get together.
Motion to table committee reports.
Motion of Councilor Knight to table the committee report, seconded by.
Second.
Councilor Scarpelli, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Hold on a second. Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Carviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes.
Mr. President, on the records of August 25th, I'd like to move for approval. If we table these any further, 30 days will pass. The open meeting law says that it's best practice to have them approved within 30 days of passage of completion of the meeting. So I'd move for approval of the August 25th.
Second.
Oh, you have 15 minutes.
On the motion of Councilor Knight to, on the motion of Councilor Knight to approve the council records from August 25th, seconded by Councilor Bears. Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Carviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. The records of the meeting of September 8th were passed to Councilor Marks. Councilor Marks, how did you find those records?
I did not have a chance to review them, Mr. President. I would ask that they be tabled.
Second.
Until, was it the 6th?
Sixth.
On the motion of Councilor Marks to table the record, seconded by Councilor Knight, Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Carviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
Yes.
Council Marks.
Yes.
Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes and the records are tabled.
Motion to adjourn.
On the motion of Councilor Beers to adjourn the meeting, seconded by Councilor Morel. Clerk Urban, please call the roll.
Council Bears.
Yes.
Vice President Carviallo.
Yes.
Council Knight.
You believe it? Yes, sir.
Council Marks.
Councilor Marks.
Yes.
Thank you. Council Morel.
Yes.
Council Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Falco.
Yes, 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes, the meeting is adjourned.